Good morning, Carl.
Good morning, Honorable Member. How are you? Can you hear me?
Ekani Klani.
That is good.
I hope you are doing well now, ne? You have recovered.
I'm not fully recovered, but I'm out of hospital. So I have to recuperate at home. Yes.
Oh, God is great.
Thank you, my brother.
Yeah, get well soon and recover soon. Your
Thanks,
country needs you.
No, don't worry. I'm not about to be released, but thanks very much. I'll be well soon.
Okay, Putiman. Okay,
Carl is a soldier, man. Don't worry. So he's fit.
Morning, General. How are you?
Good, Carl. How's it?
No, I'm okay. I'm fine.
Nice
to hear your voice. Are you?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, sure.
But General, you must give him a rank. A suitable one for him would be a private.
No, he must talk to that team which is evaluating the veterans first.
Okay.
You will General, you have to get rid of that chair of that committee.
You must talk to General Mashwala.
You must get rid of Mashwala, otherwise no progress, General.
Oh my God.
These two guys, I'm telling you. But they are good friends, you know, General. In front of us, they might appear that they are enemies. I can tell you they are good friends. I know that.
On what basis do you say that, my honorable member?
You know, if you want me to divulge that? No, I can't.
No, I hope today you will get a lot of information.
I hope so too, General.
So especially on the issue of the strategic defense policy document.
Yes.
So you should have, if we are given enough time, it's a little bit long, but it's worth listening and taking note.
No, that will be excellent. It's long outstanding. We really need that.
Yeah.
So that will be fantastic. Yeah.
No, let's hope. Hope you will enjoy it. What time is it now? 9?
It's 2 minutes to 9, Jim.
Okay.
I'm sure we will start in a second.
Okay.
Good morning. General, 2 minutes to 9. We'll start in the next minutes.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Chairperson.
Morning, honorable members.
How was the workshop? How was the workshop yesterday?
The workshop was fantastic, General. It was great.
Oh, that's good. At Stellenbosch.
Yes.
Recording in progress.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, we'll await the report of that conference session.
Okay.
It was very good. Yeah.
Thanks.
Good morning. I think it is now 9 o'clock, honorable members. Let's start our meeting. Let me start by officially welcoming you, the ministers, the deputy minister, the senior officials from the DOD, and honorable members, our support staff from both the department and our committee's support staff. And good morning to everyone on the platform. Let me declare this meeting officially open and say our meeting is going to be in two parts. The first part will be the presentation by the ministry, and the second part it will be the business of the committee. So without much ado, let me let's start by let's start with the adoption of the agenda, and this will be followed by the apologies. Or let me start with the apology, then from there it will be the adoption of the agenda. Nandiba, let's get from you. Who's here, who's not here?
Good morning, co-chair. Good morning, members, minister, deputy minister, and everyone in the platform. There's an apology from the co-chairperson, Mr. Gigaba. There's also an apology from Mr. Godsell, and then there's an apology from the deputy minister, Mr. Mkungu, Chair. And Chair, we do form a quorum. We've got more than 8 members, so the meeting can continue. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Nandiba. Can we then have the let's adopt the agenda. Can we have the mover for the agenda, Carl?
Good morning, Chair, and also good morning to the Minister and the Deputy Minister and all the members. I propose for adoption of the agenda.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Who has seconded that?
Chris Hartung, I'll second that, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Harton. Thank you for that. The agenda, honourable members, is adopted. Let's proceed straight into the business of the day. We'll hand over to the minister and Minister. The platform is yours.
Okay, maybe let me have the video on. No, Chair, let me thank you most sincerely for giving us the opportunity again to come and brief the committee and acknowledge the chair, members of the committee, but also my colleagues from the department. Chair, without much ado, we have a team from DOD led by the Chief of Staff, and we have 2 presenters from HR, but also from Policy and Strategy. So as per the program, we'll start with the HR report and then move to the next one. So let me also acknowledge my colleague, General Holomisa, and we can safely say we have gone through the report with the staff, so it is a report that we are also very familiar with and had also made some inputs. So Chair, let me not take your time and ask General Ramatswana to introduce General Strongai, and then later we will have General Kundu for the next part. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. General Ramatswana.
Chairperson, honorable members, through the minister, I greet you and say to all members, good morning. We are ready to start off with the presentation. As the minister has indicated, we are going to start first with the HR presentation, and we will then bring in a little bit of just some 2 slides within the reserve force, because there was also a question around the reserves. And thereafter, we're then going to move over to the presentation by General Kundu with regards to the policy documents. And without any further waste of time, Chairperson, I would like to invite General Strongai to start off with the presentation. Thank you, Chairperson. We're loading the presentation and it will start soon.
Thank you, General Strongai. The platform is yours.
Thank you very much, members of Parliament and the Joint Technical Committee, Minister of Defense and the Deputy Ministers. The presentation is going to focus on the vacancies of senior vacancies in the Department of Defense for uniform and also civilian personnel. The presentation, I will start it with the triangle, which is the succession planning principles, and that guides the thinking and the structure of our career management in the department. On the top of the array this pyramid, you'll see that the career manager. The career manager, his responsibility is to do and conduct HR plans and do the total analysis of a career and the mastering in the department. By so doing, also identify the gaps and ensure that those gaps that are identified, and then they are going to be catered for in terms of human resource development, and identify the training that needs to be conducted for their gaps to be filled. And thereafter, he will be the career manager responsible for succession planning. The succession planning emanates from that total analysis of the career and the mapping of the SANDF. And then the career manager, I want just to also emphasize that the career managers, when I refer career management, must also take note that we refer to the service chiefs, meaning that the Air Force, the Army, the Navy, they are going to be and SAMs. They're going to be responsible to conduct the HR plan and development of the members, and also conduct the HR planning, succession planning annually. When they've done that, they must also take into consideration that there is a structure manager that they need to support and give and capacitate with the suitable candidates in order that the structure manager to be able to deliver on the mandate and ensure that the placement of those members in the structure that are going to deliver the mandate, they meet the profile of the posts that are them. Structure managers here, we're referring to the officer commandings in the units and also the divisional heads of the departments, because they're all those structures. They are the ones who must deliver on the mandate. And then on the other side, when they're doing this planning, they also take into consideration the individual aspirations. The individual aspiration must be matched with the mandate of the organization. Where possible, the mandate, the aspiration of the member are going to be taken to be considered. And when they are considered, then they will be achieving what we call the morale of our soldiers. Where the individual aspiration and the structure manager's aspiration, the plan of the career manager do not match, then the individual aspirations and the organizational aspiration in conflict, then the organizational aspiration triumph, then becomes the one that we take care of. And this is what sometimes causes what we call grievances. Because aspiration of a member might be that I want to go to remain in Cape Town, I'm area bound when the organization wants a person to go to Hoedspruit. And in Hoedspruit, the critical skills of that member are required. And the member does not want to leave. And that is called the area bound. And therefore then becomes a conflict between the organization and the member. Central to this triangle is a human resource. The human resource responsibility is to ensure that realign this triangle can advise the career managers in terms of the strategic direction of the organization. We call strategic intent. And that intent will be informed by the policies of the organization, the strategy, and where the organization wants to go. In terms of the what we call equity, to ensure that we realign our placement with what we call the demographics
of the organization, including what the organization is targets in terms of the equity, in terms of race and gender. And HR also responsibility in this process is to ensure that they are controls to ensure that this process is done according to policy of the department, and also in line with the regulatory framework of the department, and also aligning that the department is ensuring that what is in the strategy of the department is being achieved. This is the advice. Then the HR in this process is a facilitator of this process to ensure everything happens annually, to ensure that all the posts are identified and all the posts are filled with the right persons, with their critical skills identified, and also the promotion policies are adhered to. So let's go to the scope. So in the scope of we have already done the succession planning principle, specific delegation for succession planning. We are also going to do the guideline for the staffing of vacant posts, vacant senior management services in terms of the civilian and uniform people. And then we'll conclude. Succession planning principles of the department, which is not different from what I've already said in the trial. Because the trial is just a summary of what I'm going to say. The placement of SANDF members, other than the colonels and maybe captains, and the lower is decentralized to the chief of the services, meaning that the lieutenant colonel down, the career manager, the chief of the services, they are the ones who conduct the succession planning. The placement of the senior and top officers is centralized, managed for the chief of the SANDF by the chief of human resources. Service and divisions conduct annual placements as career managers where there are vacancies available. If there's vacancies, they emanate from natural attrition, resignations, and as a result of contract non-renewals. So that's what the service chiefs are doing for lieutenant colonels down. Where necessary, the services and divisions as career managers, they will conduct what we call ad hoc placement processes, where critical vacancies and possible placements are considered. The ad hoc placement outside the annual placement are as a result of people resigning out of them, or as a result of people who die whilst they are still in the post. When those posts are critical, they need to be filled. Then the chief of services, then they call what you call ad hoc placement process to fill those vacancies because they are critical. The organization cannot continue without those posts being filled. When we talk about top officers, they shall conduct annual placement process similar to that of the services annually. For the seniors and top officers. Also, when necessary, the post is vacant as a result of death or as a result of someone resigning. Therefore, ad hoc placement takes place to fill those posts outside the normal annual scheduled succession planning. So we just have to look at the HR delegations. Like said, the President of the Republic of South Africa is responsible to appoint the military command of the SANDF. that it includes the chief of the SANDF. The Minister of Defense and Military Veterans, in terms of the Act, is responsible to place members and promote them to both temporary and substantive ranks of a brigadier general, rear admirals, junior grade, and major generals, rear admirals. Also appoint major generals and rear admirals in command posts. The chief of the SADF is responsible to place and promote both temporary and substantive rank of colonel and the Navy captain. The appointment of all colonels and the Navy captains, brigadier generals and rear admirals and junior grades. The appointment of major generals and rear admirals in staff officers. Services and applicable divisions. They are also conducting their career management, and also responsible to nominate members in their own positions and into posts who are suitable according to the policy and promotional policy of a rank of a colonel and captain in delegated and delegated to the chiefs of services applicable. The lieutenant colonels, they are appointed, but internal rotation happens with the colonels and Navy captains internal to their own divisions. That is the application of the placement of them. And also recommend their promotion where necessary to the chief of the SADF with the consultation and the process that is directed by the chief of human resources. So when this succession planning takes place, the services as career managers, they are required to conduct a realistic analysis of a mattering, proper planning and career management. Proper planning and career management must take place prior to the annual service, the annual service or divisional placement boards. Meaning that we provide them before the succession planning with an analysis of what is happening in the Air Force, the Navy, SEMS, and the Army. And inform that statistics and say to them that this is what you look like and you look like this. In your succession planning and your placement, you must consider to achieve the following that has already been determined in our strategy that you want to achieve and the targets that we want to achieve. And that is why our succession planning took about a month to do, because we have to do and try to balance what has been given to the services and divisions to achieve. So that we can achieve the interest of the organization, generally of the DOD and the SNDF in particular. Only funded and approved vacant posts or posts that will become vacant must be considered for placement. The succession planning always takes place before the posts become vacant, because we know the natural attrition, the dates of people who are going to retire, unless those who resign or die, and then we do at placement. And we also look at the divisional posts and consider the ratio of uniform members and services. Others identifies common post or joint post. Common post, meaning that can put any person into that post. And the joint, it means that the joint can any service, but we must make sure that the ratio is determined by the defense force in terms of the mix of the members in our divisions. So we convene these placement boards in order to ensure that the suitable candidates, they are put in posts according to their post profile according to the race and gender, according to the ratio of the service, and also according to the cost the person, and also we look also in terms of the conduct of the person, criminality and as such. So the human resource plan that emanates from the Service and Division must also be looked at, that we are also achieving those plans of the services. All possible candidates who comply or are eligible for promotion must be considered. All of them. And also we make sure that we don't create expectation in the planning process until the submission has been approved by the duly authorized authority. Next slide, senior management services, level 14 and 16. These are the vacancies. That was the question we were asked to answer. That was just a process that I was talking about. The secretariat is a secretariat for defense post that is vacant. It became vacant on the 1st of January 2023. The post was advertised during 2023 by the former Minister of Defense. The post advertised during November 2024 again. The captain was submitted to the MBSA, pending feedback from the MBSA, the Minister of Public Sector Administration. For this post is already and waiting for the cabinet to be tabled in the cabinet of the Secretary for Defense as an accounting officer, and also the head of the Secretariat in terms of the Act and in terms of the Public Service Act. The Chief Financial Officer, which is a DDG post, became vacant on the 1st of February 2023. The post was advertised during 2023 by a former minister. Was advertised again during November 2024. Shortlisting committee met twice and could not form quorum due to unavailability of certain members who were supposed to be part of it. And also, we have not yet at the time, we thought that would have been by that time appointed the Secretary for Defense, whom we wanted to be also the part of the panel. Chief Defense Material, the DDG post, both became vacant on 1st of January 2020. The post advertised during the February 2021. Post advertised again during March 2025 and is pending shortlisting. We are in the shortlisting process. Chief Audit Executive. Post became vacant on 28 December 2018. Post advertised during February, post advertised again during March 2025 and is pending shortlisting. The post was due was that there was a job evaluation which was conducted on this post, and the post was downgraded. So one of the issues that makes us also not to be bigger with it, because we're still discussing with DBSA on the issue of downgrading of the post through the job evaluation, because of the organization that is big like this one. But we accepted the outcome, the proceeding. The Chief Defense International Affairs both became vacant on 3rd April 2019, both advertised during February 2021, both advertised again during March 2025, pending shortlisting. All these posts were, before we advertised them, they were required to be job evaluated as part of the public service and administration regulations. Chief Legal Services both became vacant 1 April 2010. Both advertised during 2021. Both is in process of job evaluation in order to re-advertise. I can also tell you that the members, honorable members and minister, that this post job evaluation, I had a privilege to see what is the outcome of it. It is also suggested that that must be downgraded. Honorable members of Parliament and the then to join the road safety committee. And the minister and the deputy ministers, this is my presentation. And I would like to ask that maybe to be able to continue with it.
Chairperson, without wasting any time, I just want to ask that we load in few seconds the other presentation that is to show the honorable members about 2 slides. That's with regards to the reserves.
Thank you, General. I think, yeah, let's proceed.
General, can you explain?
With the presentation, go to share. Yeah, that one.
It's not reserved. Not reserved. Yes. Okay, let's do this. General, explain. Chairperson, if you can hear me, we're struggling to locate it here.
We have it. I don't know. Nandiba, are we able to flight it here? Nandiba?
No, just talk to me. There's only one slide. Chairperson, if I may, we have given, I believe, okay, there it is. We're just gonna, we won't take much of your time. General Niago, if you can just go to the slides, please.
Honorable Minister, Minister of Defense and Military Veteran, Chairperson of the Joint Standing Committee and members of the Joint Standing Committee, members of the Defense Force present here today. Good morning. I'm Brigadier General Zolekani Abomana, Acting Chief Defense Reserves. I'm here today. The aim of my presentation is to present the Reserve Force Council and Defense Reserve status to the Joint Standing Committee in response to the questions that were received. So those will be the contents of my presentation. I'll present the mandate of both the Reserve Force Council and the Defense Reserve Division, the status of its entities, and then I will conclude my presentation. Next slide, please. The mandate of Chief Defense Reserves is to provide strategic direction with all matters that are regarding the reserves throughout the department. And the mandate of the Reserve Force Council is to advise the Minister with the matters of the reserves and also promote and market the reserves, the same thing that Chief Defense Reserve does. The difference is that Reserve Force Council advises the Minister while Chief Defense Reserves is under command of the Chief of the South African National Defense Force and is a member of the Military Command Council. The chairperson of the RFC was appointed by the Minister on the 1st of December 2024, together with Colonel Hyde, was going to assist him in formulating the rest of the Reserve Force Council. And earlier this year, retired Major General Yegelo, who was appointed as the chairperson of the Reserve Force Council, presented to the Joint Standing Committee, introducing himself and the plans that he has for the council. Later on this year, all the members of the Reserve Force Council were appointed by the chairperson together with his team and were presented to the Minister, I think, in June. So now there is the entire Reserve Force Council in place. They've had recently work sessions. They are working on their plans on how to support the reserves, and they will be in Durban next year in March on how to move forward together with Chief Defense Reserves. The status of Chief Defense Reserves appointment is that General Anderson retired in 2021. In 2022, Director of Defense Reserves acted as Chief Defense Reserves. In 2023, retired Major General Marumo was appointed as Acting Chief Defense Reserves. And after serving for almost a year, he requested that he be relieved of his duties based on his personal reasons. And the post of Chief Defense Reserves is that of a Reserve Force member. That is why now currently the Chief is in the process of identifying a suitable candidate who will become Chief Defense Reserves. Once that member is identified, it will be presented to the Minister for endorsement and Chief Defense Reserves will be appointed. To conclude my presentation is that I've already mentioned the distinct differences between the RFC, and Chief Defence Reserve that the Reserve Force Council advises the Minister while Chief Defence Reserve resides under the command of Chief of the South African National Defence Force and is a member of the Military Command Council. Currently, the Reserve Force Council is well capacitated and is in place as a chairperson, and there are 10 councillors, so it's well and functioning. Chief Defence Reserves will be concluded in due time once the Chief has identified a suitable member and provide the name to the Minister for endorsement. Currently, Director Defence Reserves, which is myself, is acting as Chief Defence Reserves until 31st of December 2025, according to the letter of appointment from the Chief, or until such time that a member is appointed. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Chairperson. We are done with the area of succession planning. And if there are questions, Chairperson, before we move on to the next one, we are ready. Thank you, sir. Over to you through the Minister.
Thank you. I propose that we proceed with the next report. Then we'll take them all. We'll come and discuss after we have made all the presentation. Thank you. Let's proceed to the third presentation, General.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The next presentation is the presentation which the honorable members, especially from the Portfolio Committee on Defence, has been concerned about, that it is a presentation that's not being brought to them. And they were given the reasons why at the time. Right now, it is still required. So what we have thought we need to do with regards to this presentation, honorable members, is that we are going to give the honorable members the context of the presentation and to say this is where we are, and then that would be the way forward. So we will not be dwelling much into details, and honorable members will understand our position. And only after, when everything else is dealt with, I would think that we are then going to have to meet in a different mode that is provided for parliamentary processes, wherein we can then look into the details and discuss everything else. But for today, it's just to give the honorable members the context in terms of this presentation. And without any further ado, Chairperson, I would like to give General Tundu time to start off with the presentation. And then thereafter, then, as you said, directed, we can then discuss the presentations. General Tundu.
Thank you, General. Minister of Defence and Military Veterans, the Chairperson of the Joint Standing Committee on Defence and members of the committee here present. I have been directed to present the strategic documents that have been produced by the Department of Defence, which is a collaboration between the planning staff of the department, particularly in the SANDF and the Defence Secretariat. To paraphrase my presentation, let me probably note that the National Defence Force and any military organization is a subsystem of a system, and the system is government. Government is a custodian of the state, and the state is governed through established and legitimate systems, processes, and protocols. Any military instrument of government in a democracy takes directives from government through appropriate protocols, through appropriate instruments. The strategic documents in question that we are discussing today are as a result of the performance agreement in that instrument between the President of the country on behalf of the Cabinet Collective and Executive Leadership of the country and the Minister of Defence and Military Veterans. Such an instrument was signed in 2023 financial year, as well as the engagement with the President of the country, with the Department of Defence on 24th January 2024. Slide 4. Slide 4 then depicts the actual performance agreement namely the part that has called for, you see the circles, that have called for the review of the National Policy on Defense for submission to the Presidency on the 31st of October 2024 and implementation thereafter from the 1st of April 2025. Slide 5. The actual chapters which were reviewed on the National Policy on Defense, I am sure the members of the Joint Standing Committee on Defense know and appreciate that at that point in time, and still now, we still have the Defense Review 2015 as a reflection of the consensus on defense by the South African nation and the South African government. The actual parts that were reviewed were 5 chapters. Chapters 2, 3, 9 and 10, as well as 15. The Department of Defense took responsibility for chapters 2 and 3, 9 and 10, and the Arms Corps had to take, with the collaboration, of course, of the Department of Defense, responsibility for defense industry policy and strategy. These were all infused, chapter 2, 3, 9 and 10, all infused into new strategic documents that we are talking about. Those strategic documents, you can go to the next slide. Those strategic documents, slide 7, yes. Strategic documents is then the future defense policy concept, the military capstone concept. These documents were presented and discussed with the Commander-in-Chief and the President of the Republic. The Defense Secretariat took responsibility for reviewing Chapter 9, 2 and 3 and 9, and produced the future national defense policy concept. The South African National Defense Force then took responsibility for the review of Chapter 10, 2, 3 and 10, and produced the military capstone concept. These were all discussed with the President. During the discussions with the President, we then articulated what we called support requirements from the executive leadership of the country. One of those, or key on those, is at least a long-term and a sustainable funding compact between government as a system and its subsystem, which is the military, particularly the South African National Defense Force. A funding model for operations as well as the retention of the special defense account. The President of the country, slide 8, of course, interacted with the information that was discussed and gave few pointers by way of directing the Department of Defense. I'm going to tease but a few to give a sense of what the President had directed the Department of Defense. The President directed that, given everything that he had heard and what he knows about defense and of the Republic of South Africa, is that defense should be at least be funded at 1.5% of the GDP, up to about 2.4 over time, systematically over time, in appreciation of the fiscal position of the country. Maybe the second one is that there should be a new future interim force that responds to the dictates of the operating environment. The President also directed us that we must engage with National Treasury with a view of at least agreeing, funding each other on long-term funding prospects of the Department of Defense, as well as funding the shortfall on the COE, that means HR funding. Next. Slide 10. The strategic documents that have been submitted as required are as reflected in this particular slide. We provided to the President on the 31st of October 2024 a strategic analysis of the global, continental, regional, and national security environment insofar as it affects and concerns the Republic of South Africa and the National Defense Force. We also gave a defense capstone concept, a military capstone concept, an updated military strategy whose trajectory is up until 2055, in other words, 30 years, as well as a long-term capability development plan of the South African National Defence Force, otherwise themed as our journey to greatness. Slide level, this is just a graphic representation of these documents. If you move from left to right, it will be that strategic analysis, the defense capstone concept, that informs the military capstone concept, that informs the military strategy, as well as a long-term planning, long-term plan of the SANDF, whose implementation can only be realized over a chance of 5 years. Medium-term strategic framework, or MTTP, period 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As well as a SWOT analysis, because the president recalled that the SANDF, not everything is bad in the SANDF. It still has strong points and some opportunities to exploit. And SWOT analysis those issues out on which we need to plan and implement such a plan. Next, slide 13. This is the outline of the future defense policy concept. It has got 4 parts. One paints the strategic context of the plan. Part 2 talks about how do we secure the Republic of South Africa, particularly it's the posture that we are supposed to take, issues of sovereignty, as well as discuss issues around national interest and their protection. Part 3 is about guidance it gives on defending the Republic of South Africa. Insofar as we are directed by legislation, we define our level of ambition and our new strategic profile. Part 4, Defense Funding Compact. We have not spelled out the model itself, but the principles around which we think that we must be funded if we have to defend and protect the Republic of South Africa. Slide 15. The military capstone concept by the SANDF is subdivided into these 6 parts. First part introduces the plan as well as the chapter, as well as the methodology that has been used to put the chapter together. It discusses the strategic environment. It discusses the guidance that has been given as a result of the constitution, legislation. It also discusses national interests as well as defense policy, obviously the level of ambition and defense goals. Chapter 4, which is almost the main, Chapter 4 talks about not only the mandate, but the categories of threats or threat scenarios, 4 of them, that we think are currently and will in future face the Republic of South Africa and the response thereto. Obviously, it also touches on the requirements, force requirements, to then produce capabilities to defend the Republic of South Africa. Chapter 5 then says the capabilities that we then need from the guidance that we've been given in the capstone concept, including the future defense capstone concept. How do we develop those over time? How do we generate forces? And those guidelines are then guidelines that inform the development of the next planning instrument or strategic document. Obviously, Chapter 6 then was the validation of chapters 1 to 5, just to make sure that what we're doing is informed by the international best practices and talks to the national security and defense issues we want to resolve. Page 17. The military strategy, obviously informed by the guidelines developed from the military capstone concept, has got 3 parts. It also discusses the geopolitics affecting the Republic of South Africa. and its military instrument. Secondly, it also in part 2 discusses the blueprint force design and the force structure, which is the ultimate we want to achieve in 30 years. But between where we are and the blueprint force design, which is the war force, according to the military, the defense review of 2015, is part 3, where we discuss the interim force design and the force structure, whose funding should be, with things being equal, at 1.5 of the GDP, obviously converted into expenditure. Next, 18. The flow of strategic documents in a military organization like the SANDF and the DOD says constitution, legislation, national policy on defense. Then you go to policy. Policy must inform strategy. Strategy must inform long-term planning. Now, this is the long-term planning. Long-term planning conducted in accordance with capability development process endorsed by the South African National Defence Force and the DOD. This is themed our journey to greatness. We might be at a very unpalatable point at the current moment, but we are projecting ourselves in 30 years at a certain level, the blueprint force design or the war force, and we think systematically over time we will reclaim our greatness. This greatness will not be reclaimed overnight. It's going to be a process, the implementation of which, in terms of pace, will be informed by the appetite that the system, which is government, has on directing financial resources and other resources to the Department of Defense and the South African National Defence. It has got these 20 chapters. Over and above this, there's also volume 2 that is being that is being developed. At an appropriate time, we will go to town and present the mechanics of the long-term plan, our journey to greatness. I may just now focus the Joint Standing Committee on Defense on Chapter 10, which is Border Safeguarding Optimization Plan, which has been planned further into an operational costed plan, and an effort has been done to try and fund it, and obviously engagement with National Treasury to make sure that we've got the appropriate resources to fund this. And this will be the end of my part of the presentation. I'll give over to Mr. Nick Sendal to then inform the Joint Standing Committee on Defense on other initiatives.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members. Good morning, Minister, Deputy Ministers. My name is Nick Sendal from the Defence Secretariat, and I will take you through a quick overview of the work that we are currently seized with to give effect to the directions we've been given in the last few months. We engaged with the South African National Security Secretariat on instruction of the Presidency to on 17 March, where we were asked to come and discuss with them the documents as we indicated were presented to the Presidency, with a view to getting an understanding of a viable future force for South Africa. They tasked us to do certain further work and come back to them. We presented to them on the 13th of June, where they gave us certain tasks, which I'll go through in a moment. And in fact, today, 10 October, we were meant to be going back for a next session, but that has been postponed due to reasons beyond our control. Slide, please. So, in essence, in very concise summary, what the direction that they gave towards us was that the 1.5% must be pursued as the minimum funding, understanding that every country has contingencies as the security environment evolves, that would not just be limited to 1.5%. Our focus, our principal goal is looking at developing the force to 1.5, but also having a view on how to take the force forward if so required. with certain alacrity and elasticity to do that. They then requested us to continue with working on defense value proposition and the funding trajectory over the next 30 years as a percentage of government expenditure, and to come out of that with some kind of a clear defense value proposition, how the value proposition of defense will evolve over time as we traverse through certain milestones. As levels of funding increase, what will the value proposition be in terms of the level of defense and to the people of South Africa, and so on, and have a detailed level of financial modeling to look at how we can engage with this, particularly within the National Security Secretariat and so on in this process. Page, please. So that's the work we've been doing. So, Chairperson, the international methodology used all around the world. So the benchmark methodology is a methodology called planning, where you set objectives and look at the evolving force evolution over time from your higher order strategic direction, and then develop programming where we take that evolution over time and we do cost-benefit analysis, trade-offs, prioritization, perting, etc., to understand what priorities to pursue before other priorities, how to have a balanced-phased evolution of the force over time, in this case 30 and even maybe 40 years, and then to bring that into a financial viewpoint through financial evolution, etc., that can then inform 5-year allocations and annual allocations. So we are to do that, and up to the vision of 2055. Slide, please. So just to confirm, the strategic documents that we have, the guidance we have, gives us information on the ends, ways, and means, the strategic context of defense going forward. What we are doing is using planning, programming, budgeting to understand what the end state would be, what the trajectory, in other words, which milestones or waypoints you would move through in this trajectory. How would the value proposition for defense change as you move through those, as you add value, etc. And then programming would look at prioritization, phasing, and evolution, and eventually be able to reduce that to a fiscal strategy, a 30-year financial viewpoint, which we can then use as a long-term view. And I must state that this is not once off. This should be done on a regular basis to update, etc. And this is international methodology. It is sound best practice to do this kind of work in this way. Thank you. So we use, as the General said, the recognized SANDF capability development process to look at the force evolution strategy and the concept plan, and to look at sequential levels of ambition. In other words, milestones or waypoints we go through to move from where we are today to a place we want to be in the future. And we describe certain waypoints. And of course, there can be sub-waypoints, etc. But we describe, and the terminology I'm going to use now is internationally recognized methodology, but I'll try and explain it in the easiest way possible. So where we are now, the force in being is the current force we have, which is funded at 0.68% of the GDP. And that's what we call our position T0. It's in the center of the first bullet. T0, it means the time now. That's the point things. That's where we are now. And we have a full view of that, having done the SWOT analysis of where we are, so we know how to move to the next. We need to move to the next force, as set by the President, and as I indicated before, which we call milestone alpha in the journey to greatness, which is about 1.5% of GDP. So we'll adhere then to that. The planning will look at that, and you will see immediately, Chairperson, that in the Chapter 9 of the Defence Review, those milestones, you'll see a coalescence between those, etc. We'd move then to the force after next, which we call milestone Bravo in the journey to greatness, and that would be around, give or take, 1.9% of GDP. And we'd then move to the blueprint force design, the limited warforce, milestone Charlie, which is about 2.4% in terms of planning. But our principal focus, the main effort, where we must provide more granular detail, is, as the President directed, that 1.5% waypoint in this journey. Next slide, please. So we mentioned strategic direction, evaluating, understanding, and analyzing strategic direction. So we've looked at the defense review, we've looked at the SANDF joint force employment requirement, joint force employment strategy. In other words, the forces that need to do the current operations, the updated SWOT analysis, the capstone documents, the military strategy, and the SANDF long-term capability development strategy. And we have integrated and coalesced a viewpoint on those going forward. So we have a very coalesced, integrated viewpoint. Slide, please. So the first, in terms of products, we need to put on the table a joint force evolution concept or plan, and we move from where we are now to milestone Alpha, milestone Bravo, etc. But the focus, the main effort being milestone Alpha, that 1.5% guidance we got. And we must indicate along that trajectory as we go through financial investment of scarce state resources into defense, how the value proposition in terms of both the force design and the forces on book in the SANDF, but also the output in terms of operations would improve as we move along this line. The second part is the programming strategy, which is where you bring in policy, strategy, financial engineering to do disciplined, balanced programming, evaluating priorities, and doing trade-offs and face-offs against different capabilities over time to know what you must do first, what you should invest in first, against what logic, etc. So you can then know what you are doing sequentially in an ordered and disciplined process, and then bringing that out into an understanding in financial terms to develop a long-term fiscal strategy. Not a budget, it's a fiscal strategy where you have a view on what is needed, clearly needed, and what that investment would deliver over time. Thank you. The next part of it was then obviously the fiscal strategy, which cascades into informing us how to approach 5-year periods of time, MTSF periods, or let's call them electoral framework periods, etc., and how we can optimize capability mixes within fiscal limits and have a logical value return on investment approach to investing in defense so that there's a return on investment with enhanced value proposition. Slide, please. And then also what we're also doing on the side of that, as directed by the President, we're working on a defense industry and a defense technology development support strategy for that force evolution. In other words, what does industry and research need to do to support the evolution of that force? And we look what we need to dispose of, what we need to upgrade, what we need to maintain, and overall, what must be prioritized in terms of acquisitions, given that we expect that the special defense account will be recapitalized, etc., and how we do that, and also to look at where we need to invest in terms of technologies. And we know technology is increasingly important around drones, robotics, AI, etc., and how we can leverage that to get a better value proposition. Slide, please. The way forward. This is just a we need to take direction from the executive on this, but we are continuing with this work. We had prepared this presentation, we had been expecting to go to the SANS today, which was now postponed, but we will be going in the near future. And we are taking the work we've done through a second iteration for greater granularity and more robustness to the second iteration, and the third iteration for internal consultation, testing, evaluation of the logic and the prioritizations, etc. And we're doing this work. And I just want to stress, this is work in progress. It needs to be canvassed. there's a lot of detail that has to be worked out. It's definitely work in progress. It's not at any point right now in the terms where you could say it was finalized. It still needs to be consulted and lobbied and worked on together within government and with the national executive. But we need to take direction from our executive authority on what product we agree on. We take to the SANS group of DGs, engaging with the National Security Council, engaging with the cabinet, and engaging with parliamentary committees. And we will take that advice and direction from our executive authority. Thank you. Chairperson, I rest on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. This is where we end our presentation, and we are ready to take questions through the minister. If there are any. Chairperson, thank you very much.
Thank you, General, and thanks to all the presentation, our generals who have presented here, and Mr. Nick Sandem. Minister, this is you have given us the insight of what has been a worry to us, and a journey to greatness. And thank you very much. And the directives, Minister, which have been given to the Defence Force, these are not only the directive to the Defence Force, but the directive to us as members of the Parliament. So without much ado, I'm going to open the discussion and give my colleagues time to ask questions so that we can engage on these issues. But yeah, very interesting presentation. Let's move to, I'm just looking at the hands here. I see Honorable Hati. The next one will be Honorable Khotani. The next one will be Honorable Nihas and Honorable Nue. Let's take those first hands, then we'll take the next one. Let's start with you, Honorable Hedin.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me start off with a general issue that I've been observing forever in this committee, and I don't know whether this is being done by design to restrict members from using the material provided by us. Every single presentation by the Department of Defence, by the SANDF, is marked restricted. Now, this is a public meeting. Why would the Chief SANDF and Chief of Staff present documents to us, restricted documents? What does it mean? And this is a public meeting. This habit does not only undermine the different classifications of classifying documents, because one would never know what is restricted, what is confidential, what is secret, etc. So I need to get an explanation on that. Then, Chair, moving to the three presentations, I think there's one general line running through all three of them, and that is the absence of commitment, the absence of deadlines, vagueness. And this is particularly concerning where we have a look at the problems that we have with the appointment. If we just look at the six senior positions that have been vacant, some since I think 2010. I think that's the most. Yeah, 1st of April 2010, and then also the other five. Collectively, these 6 positions have been vacant for 40 years and 28 days. That is 14,637 days that these positions have been vacant. And then we have these commitments, but nothing in stone. No reasons provided why we sit with a vacant position for 15 years. Why we sit with crucial positions like Chief Audit Executive, Chief Defense Material, 5 years, 7 years vacant, 6 years for the Chief Defense International Affairs. No urgency and still no set dates to get this right. But the absence of deadlines runs through, like I said, like a golden thread, or rather a black thread through all of this. Still no commitment. Chair, I think we need something more on the filling of those positions, deadlines, and then all the bottlenecks. Get an explanation on that, and perhaps more than that, ownership. Who is taking ownership? To who can we go? Is that the minister? Where do we go to ask what is happening in the absence of these deadlines that were provided? If we go to the second presentation, on the reserve force, I would like to understand that, with a cut in the reserve force mandates, where do we go to? Okay, there's now a council, but still we sit with a declining reserve force. We sit with a reserve force that has been aging, average age now at 49. The planned intake over the MTF does not really address the issue. How are we going to address that? Then let's then go to the real problem, and this has been going on. And let me thanks the Department of Defense for once putting the 1.5% and the Bravo plan and the Charlie plan on the table. But this has been going on since the promise of the 1.5% has been going on since 24th of January 2024, according to the presentation. 1.5%. No date, no commitment, no implementation, no scope in phasing, nothing. And more important, no public comment of the Commander-in-Chief on this commitment. And certainly, the Treasury and the Minister of Finance or Cabinet has not taken note of this, because the reaction after this meeting of the 1.5% promise was still a cut in the Defence Force budget in real terms. So there is no commitment on this, and if there is no, on the one hand, no funding commitment, where does it leave us? We sit with the Defence Review of 2015, on which everything is based. It's unfunded, and even milestone 1 has not been achieved. And milestone 1, if I may remind, is the stop the decline of the SANDF, which has not been achieved because of the underfunding. So what do we have? In a presentation yesterday, a remark of the Chief SANDF was presented there. He allegedly said that you cannot have a single malt whiskey on a Coca-Cola budget. The reality is, Chair, that we continue living in this single malt whiskey dream and haven't done anything, and we worry about the Coca-Cola budget. Nothing has been done to adopt our financial reality, to adapt our financial reality of the force that is force design, which is still stuck in the 2015, 1998, and 1996 white paper still stuck in there, but and we sit with the stuff, but we don't know what type of force design we need in 2025 and for the next period ahead, because of this reality that we have not adapted to the financial and fiscal realities of South Africa. So we sit with 26 now, 25 Gripens, and some of them have been cannibalized. We sit with the Oryx crisis, we sit with the transport crisis, we sit with the PC-47 Maritime, 82-year-old aircraft that has been withdrawn. We sit with the Charlotte Maseke being stripped, rusting away in Simonstown. We sit with only one frigate available. Instead of 16 IPBs, we have 3. That's reality. We have not adapted our force design to the realities. And we cannot adapt our force design on a promise that is not deadline and materialized. And with all of this, we sit with the defense industry out there, which is suffering, which is suffocated because all of this insecurity in funding. So, Chair, if we are serious, and we need to believe what is being presented to us, then we need defense review implementation, dated funded implementation plan. The rest is just fiction. It's dreams. We have to come clear on this. If the SANDF cannot give us clear deadlines on whatever direction they want, this journey to greatness is a traveling in a vehicle without wheels. You haven't got the money to buy the wheels. And if you don't provide that with deadlines, don't have a commitment, public commitment from the Commander-in-Chief, from Treasury, then we are going to do what we are doing now, cannibalizing everything, cannibalizing our capabilities. We are, yesterday in a presentation, we have been informed that our attack helicopter instructors are now have left. We haven't got them anymore. We are losing that capability. There are now Chinese attack helicopter instructors, and some of these capabilities are lost. And when these crucial capabilities are lost, it's almost impossible to build them up again without considerable funding and over a long period of time. So, Chair, there's nothing here that we haven't heard before, and unless it's grounded in deadlines, in funds, then we can only applaud the dreams. But the reality out there is that we've got a force there that is in decline. We are losing capabilities. We are losing our equipment, and there's I'm concluding. Let's focus just on milestone 1. Stop the decline. Get a new force design. Get it funded, and move from there. Do we need the force that we have now? Do we need all the equipment that we have now? The lack of innovation and in progressive thinking ahead is a serious concern. I would like to have responses on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Heading. Honorable Khotane.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Yes, Honorable Chair, thank you very much. Presentation Tolile, but I have few questions to ask and comments. My first question, Honorable Chair, I want to know why has the Chief Defence Reserve post remained vacant since 2025? When is it? When will be filled? And my second question: what portion of the reserve force budget is allocated to training visas administration. What mechanism prevents duplication between RFC and DRD functions? And how many active reserve exist, disaggregated by age, gender, and province? Has the MOD and military veterans audited reserve force readiness since the July 2021 unrest? Why are critical posts like a post yaga Secretary for Defense, CFO, Chief Legal Services vacant for up to 15 years? What can be the reason really? And what operational impact have these vacancies had on audit outcomes? Has the Minister of Defense approved a 2025-26 succession plan timeline? How is transparency ensured given repeated quorum failures? And what measures ensure gender and equity compliance in SANDF leadership? What is the effect of acting appointment on institutional performance? How is the performance monitored for acting officials? Honorable Chair, my request, an audit, really a request, an audit, my request will be an audit and timeline report on all senior vacancies by 31st December 2025. And a joint standing committee of defense and the portfolio committee of defense and military veterans must conduct a joint oversight visit to defense headquarters on HR and reserves management, and PSC assessment on recruitment and HR policy compliance within the DOD. And I insist future reports include demographic breakdowns for transformation monitoring. Lastly, Honorable Chair, I heard General Kundu talking about, in his presentation, talking about something that is really soundy when we hear from the presentation that is Journey to Greatness. Of which, yeah, I could hear that, no, there's a journey to greatness, but a journey to greatness without any resources. We are tired of lip service. Always our president promised things that he never, even a single day. Truly speaking, now we are tired, and the people of this country are tired of lies from the president of the country. Now what we want, the president must tell us why he's destroying the defense force of this country in such a manner. We hear the journey to greatness, but I'm telling you, without resources, we can dream and dream. Our generals can plan and put their plans, spend sleepless nights planning over the defense force. But if there is someone onenhloso to destroy this country, I don't know, maybe we must have another Mkhwanazi in that defense force to come out and tell us the truth. Because really, this thing, it's bordering the nation. This thing really, it makes the nation angry. How can you destroy the defense force? We are planning, we are hearing presentation, our generals planning beautiful things, but at the end of the day, those things are not to be accomplished. Tell us what is happening about this country. Let the president tell us what is happening about this country. They can dive abafihla izinto, benza izinto ezobulala this country and the people of this country. Busy forcing generals to do things without. Yes. No, really, singasoloku sifihla izinto, mabasitshele bayekele soloku benza ama-generals ngathi they are incompetent.
Let's focus on the presentation, Honorable Khotlane.
Yeah, focus on presentation, but it's all about resources. The journey to greatness, it demands resources. Without resources, it will never happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Khotlane. Honorable Nihas.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and let me first of all thank the various senior members of the South African National Defence Force that provided us with the presentations. Chair, you allowed the presentations to be brought to us one after the other, and I'm going to divide my comments and questions on the basis of the presentations as they had been given to us.
You're allowed, Honorable.
Thank you, Chair. The first presentation that we received was on HR matters, that was on the vacancies that exist in the Department of Defense. In this instance, I'm simply going to concentrate on some of the most senior vacancies that exist and have been there for quite a long time. The first one is the Secretary of Defense. We have had a vacancy for the Secretary of Defense since 2023. We had a particularly weak acting Secretary of Defense, ineffective, and I believe under the circumstances, much could have been done if there was a strong Secretary of Defense. That did not happen. Now we hear rumors that a final process is on the go for the appointment of the Secretary of Defense. In fact, some of the leakages that we have received said that there were 3 particular candidates, that one of those candidates was the preferred candidate, but there were academic qualification problems. Subsequently, we have heard that another candidate, and I'm not going to mention names in this particular input, that another candidate had been identified. Now, in the context of what we have been told, in this presentation, I hear that this particular candidate, if I understood correctly, is now ready for presentation to Cabinet and to the President.
Honorable, let's not deal with rumors, please. Let's deal with
Chair, these rumors are real and they are important for me to qualify exactly why I'm asking the question. The question that I'm asking is, are we correct to understand from this presentation that the Secretary of Defense, the nomination that has been made is now to be presented to the President and to Cabinet? And if that is correct, what is the time frame within which the new Secretary of Defense will be appointed? It is critical that the new Secretary of Defense should be appointed as fast as possible, because there are other very important vacant posts, like the Chief of Legal Services, the Chief Audit Executing, and specifically the CFO, that have to be appointed. And it would be, I believe, the correct approach to have the newly appointed Secretary of Defense to be part of that process of appointment, because we need a strong team that will work together. Now, Chair, of course, one can raise one's eyebrows very high about the fact that the Chief Audit Executive and the Chief Legal Services, two very important positions, have not been appointed, the one since 2018 and the other one even since 2010. I cannot understand how that is possible. I would like to get an answer why it took 15 years to fill the position, a critical position, such as the Chief Legal Services. Let me leave that presentation, Chair, and go to the second, which was about the reserve force. I do not want to say much about it. We have been given the presentation about the two structures. The one is at the moment in place. The other, we are told, will soon be in place, but again, we are not given particular dates for when that is going to happen. May I urge everyone present here that we need to get the management of our reserve force right. There are serious problems. I get reports and complaints of members of the reserve force, and Chair, this is not rumors, these are facts, of how members of the reserve force are being treated. And when they try to bring their concerns to the attention of the existing structures, they have no luck. Recently in Loatla, we had members of the reserve force stranded there at that base, having been called up there, and then simply to be told that there were no finances and there was no process in place for them to undergo the training that they were supposed to have received. I received several distress calls during the night and concerns that I raised about it, and correspondence that I sent on to the South African National Defence Force about the treatment of these reserve force members was left unattended. I still wait for any response. Now let me turn to the major document that we have received today. That document deals with the restructuring and the strategic documents of the South African National Defence Force. Chair, I'm deeply disappointed. I was hopeful that today we will get a detailed report with clear deadlines, with clear indications of how this set of strategy documents will eventually, in real time, be developed and become a reality. That is not the case. The document that was presented to us today is nothing else but a content page with a short little summary, some executive summary of what the content is going to be. We have not received any of the detailed content, and therefore, because the devil is always in the detail, I cannot comment about what is being planned on the journey to greatness because we do not have that document. And at the same time, we do not have any clear promises and deadlines for when those documents will be available. Chair, I'm sure you have heard during the last couple of days the comments that have been made by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi also about the dilemma in which the South African Police Service finds itself because of the lack of ability of the South African National Defence Force to carry out its duties. We do not have the luxury of time. We are in the midst of a crisis. The South African National Defence Force is collapsing. But yet, once again, we are being presented with a document that does not give us any indication of when these laudable plans, these lofty plans, these plans that are clouds up there in the sky, will be implemented. We do not know when 1.5% of the budget will eventually be allocated to the South African National Defence Force. It's all open-ended. We do not know how we are going to deal with the cost of employment and the long-term funding of the Defence Force as a force fit for purpose, which has always been the real dead elephant in the room, the massive cost of employment and the way in which it impacts on the limited resources that the South African National Defence Force have. And then, Chair, in this short, small idea that we are being given about what may be covered by the journey to greatness, this little executive summary that was presented somewhere in between the content page that we got today, I am detecting a strategy using the current rundown state of the South African National Defence Force, something very similar to what has happened with many other state-owned enterprises and other resources of the state that have been run into the ground. I'm hearing the strategy that we must sweat resources and that we must look for alternative funding. Those are the key words for privatization. And I must raise my concern as a member of the Economic Freedom Fighters that we will be in essence and fundamentally opposed to a strategy, and I hope the journey to greatness does not intend to take us on that perilous route, to a strategy that will lead us to the privatization of sectors of our national defense and the protection of the integrity of our nation. The dangers are there. The words are in this very high-level document that we have been provided with. So I conclude, Chair. I'm not happy with what we hear about the potential pending appointments in senior positions. I'm asking for clarity specifically about the position of the Secretary of Defense, and I want to understand how that position will be appointed before other senior positions, such as the Chief Financial Officer and the Chief Legal Officer of Defense, will be appointed. I'm asking that we now need to know when, within a clear time frame, are we going to get the Journey to Greatness document? Not the promise of the document, not the content page, not an iffy little strategic executive summary, but the real fully fledged document. I want a time frame. I want to know, is it going to happen within the next 5 months until the end of this year? Is it going to happen within the next 12 months into the next year? This is a commitment that the Minister of Defense, together with her boss, the President of the country, must give us if they have any understanding of the crisis that we are faced with. The SANDF, Chair, is collapsing. I'm going to give you one small example and then I conclude. In the last couple of days, we had a terrible situation at the University of Fort Hare. There was a massive fire that broke out. Most of the administration buildings of the University of Fort Hare had been destroyed. Military-level incendiary devices had been used in that process of setting those administrative buildings alight. The only way that could have happened is if resources, munition, and those incendiary devices had been pilfered out of military bases, such as SI-6 military battalion, and had been taken there and utilized to cause that terrible damage to a historical academic institution. The decline, in fact, the collapse of the South African National Defence Force is impacting now, not just on our international sovereignty and the way in which we can project and defend ourselves, but it is impacting on our international level of understanding who we are and on our internal security. Because when things like what happened at the University of Fort Hare begin to happen, the SANDF must, in a very real sense, see the red lights. And these documents do not tell us that they are ready to understand the time limits, the critical short time limits that they have to work with. It doesn't tell us about the crisis, that they understand the crisis, nor that they intend to address the crisis. Lastly, Chair, these documents are so-called restricted. Of course, they are not restricted. This is a public meeting being broadcasted on the various social media platforms of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. That is good. The SANDF mustn't try to play games with us. We will deal with these documents not as restricted documents. They're out there in public, and we will use the information in order to call for a fundamental change and keep the SANDF accountable, not just before Parliament, but before the people of the Republic of South Africa who are being endangered by the manner in which they are derelict in carrying out their duties. And these presentations, unfortunately, only confirm that dereliction. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nihas. Honorable Nue.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will be very short. I think the last two speakers have covered me, but I'll just put part of what they have already said differently. Chair, we appreciate, or let me first by greeting the Minister, the Deputy Ministers, and all the members of the committee on the call, and yourself, Chairperson. We appreciate the presentation, as it were, though it's coming indeed very late after a long wait. However, we appreciate that there is a move to start dealing with the challenges that we have been for so long talking about. Chair, the two parts, or two questions that relates to the presentations for me, I think indeed we need to deal with the issue of assurance on the funding of the plan, and also the assurance of the timelines of the whole plan. And while the plan is still being processed, we still have got to execute the mandate of the department. In the meantime, while these good plans are being processed, what will be like the status quo to ensure that we do not continue to experience the challenges that we have been talking about in defense, and to make sure that we carry out the mandate as expected from the department and the government at large as far as the defense is concerned. And of course, Chair, the issue of the image of the defense, we know it's not in good start. What is it that the department will be doing from here to make sure that we begin to deal with the image of the defense rather than adding on the already battered structure of government, the important structure of government? We also play our role to make sure that we give hope and confidence to the nation rather than playing the other side of the coin. So, Chair, those are my two fundamental questions that the department, I ask that it could just elaborate on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Nue. Honorable Hala.
No, thanks, Chair. The questions that I had have been asked by my honorable colleagues. So I don't have any question now.
You don't have any question, Honorable? Thank you very much. Is there any other hand? That's Honorable Kolokulu?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that. Although all members have just pointed out certain issues, mine will be just general. Firstly, greetings to you, Chairperson, and all members of the Portfolio Committee. I'm sorry, of the Joint Standing Committee, I must say. Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister and the entire team from the Department of Defense and these researchers. All I wanted just to raise, Chair, as I've said generally, you know, when one looks at the presentation or the briefing, it shows that challenges in the department are huge. When for years, the department has been without the required leaders. You know, for any successful structure or department, there must be active and committed members to run the department or the institution, I must say. Chair, you know, the gradual declining of defense or the department is a result of all this, the lack of leadership in the department. When one recalls the words of one of the generals during the burial of a fallen soldier, it shows really what else we could then say. Less commitment from the side of the politicians, because this has been a matter which should be driven hardly by the politicians, because all the generals, they act upon what is before them and the opportunity that given financially and otherwise for them to run the office. The delays, Chairperson, I must say, according to my understanding, the delays in rejuvenating our defense is all because of all the top guys just enjoying their stay, less concerned about perfect running of the department. You know, the journey to greatness, we would expect if the department and the treasury is committed, that we need to have a proper budget allocation for this department to function. Otherwise, we would always be listening to these good presentations with good forecast and foresee of the coming challenge that we need to sort of see the country cycling. You know, it's very worrying, Chairperson. You know, our defense has been has collapsed and was exposed in the deployment in the DRC, all because of less committed leadership politically and otherwise. It's very important, Chair, that we maybe reach that journey to greatness with the people who are committed really to look after the functions, the operations, and the deployment by all relevant structures of the state to see that citizens are protected, the boundaries are safe, and everything else that is within the boundaries of South Africa be a safe place to live in. It's just a general approach, Chair, that are sort of identified with regards to the whole presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Cebekulu. Is there any other one on the platform who wants to speak? If none, let's proceed. General Minister, you have heard the members' concerns. The number of issues which they want the department to answer. Let me give you, the Minister, a platform to respond to what members are concerned about. Thank you very much, Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and again, thank the members for the engagement. Chair, I'll request that the officials respond, and only if there are gaps that they would have left, then I'll come in, but I'll ask Chief of Staff and the other officials to respond to the questions that have been raised. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. General Ramantwan.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Much appreciated. And I want to join the Minister in her words to appreciate the engagement with the members of the committee. And Chairperson, I'm not just saying this, I want to say trust us. We really are pleased with the engagement with the members of the portfolio committee. I want to start off by, I've got colleagues here, and I wouldn't want to monopolize the responses. So I'm going to allow them. They are each in their own environment. I've got Chief HR, as I said. I've got Chief Defense Reserves, and I also have the two colleagues that did the presentation on the strategic plan. But where I want to start off is a question in relation to the classification of the documents. And I want to say thank you very much, Honorable Hatti. Just to clarify on the issue is to say that anything that is restricted, first of all, in the Defense Force, it is important that we classify the level of the document that we are dealing with. So then these documents, you will see that each one coming from the Defense Force will be classified. The issue of restricted, it's for the purposes of the lower ranking officials in the Department of Defense who may not have had the opportunity to be cleared, to be top secret, to be secret, etc., etc. So there are certain documents which are written in that format so that they can access them. And therefore then restricted is the lowest grading that you have in the military. I do believe in any defense force and in any security organization, that's the lowest one that you have. It allows those whom the defense force wants to have access to that document to have access to that document. And when you have access to that document, that I cannot take the document and transmit it to the next person, the same document that came from the Department of Defense. You handle the document with care, and you can use the contents for whatever reasons that you want to use it. So it is the lowest grading in the Department of Defense. But I need to say, Honorable Hatti, your observation, thank you very much for that. And this is the answer that I would like to give to you. Then, Chairperson, there are certain things that are very interesting. Each time we meet with the Joint Standing Committee and the Portfolio Committee on Defense, the Joint Standing Committee on Defense, the Portfolio Committee on Defense, they always come back to the same issue with the department. And I need to remind honorable members what I said one time. I think it was in the Joint Standing Committee of the 9th of May. And I speak under correction based on what I said in that Joint Standing, in that meeting. I said the Constitution is very clear. It says national security is the authority of Parliament. And of course, it adds a little bit there as it continues. Now, I want to say, the honorable members are saying the defense force is in this and that, etc., etc. There's no commitment for funding, there's no this, there's no that, there's no that. Now, can I plead, Chairperson, that honorable members should, at least from my point of view, take it upon themselves to assist the department. We are going to meet the Portfolio Committee on Defense next. The same thing we are going to hear coming from the honorable members of Parliament. Now, I am saying, Chairperson, if we are to move in unison, can we request that the honorable members assist us? I was, Chairperson, in Scopa. The same issues were being raised. And when the same issues were being raised, all what we are saying is that we have repeated ourselves in our response. And we can repeat it again today. We have said that we are busy discussing the issues of the defense budget. And I would want to say that just to commit myself in front of the minister, there is also a pending debt which is on my shoulders. And I am trying to reconcile diaries so that we can. And I concluded by saying, let next week not pass before we go to this round of discussion. And I'm saying this to the honorable members to say that we have been giving this response. We have never given up on this matter. We continue to engage, and we are still going to continue to engage. What we can say to honorable members is that we do understand the fiscal realities of the country. But at the same time, we are saying national security from a defense point of view is quite important. And these are the issues. So we do request, and if at all, we are not giving up about funding. And if you say there is no commitment in terms of the 1.5% of the GDP, this is what we are saying, and we've been saying it. Honorable members, we want 1.5% of the GDP. If anything, honorable members, if they agree with the 1.5% of the GDP, then we would request honorable members to say, this is then the funding trajectory that the Defense Force is requesting. Can we move forward with it? And we are available. Where do you want us? To who do you want us to present as honorable members? We are readily available, and we will talk about the 1.5% of the GDP. That has been benchmarked, by the way. We are not just saying it. Benchmarked in our own case, given our fiscal realities, we are saying 1.5% will at least take us to an interim force that we want to have. And please, I beg, Chairperson, that in as much as we are saying we appreciate, and I still appreciate what the honorable members are saying to us. Then I need to say something here. You know, in the Joint Standing Committee of the 9th of May, I also said the following. I said, honorable members, which I'm saying things which honorable members should be aware of. And if I'm making a mistake and that they are not aware, pardon me, but I don't mind. I'm going to say it again. I have said, honorable members, if you want to talk defense capabilities, which one is serviceable, which one is not serviceable, which grip one is not working, how many are not working, which vessels are sailing, which ones are not sailing, which ones are alongside. And I said that all of these issues, there is sessions that are created for the discussions of these matters. And I have requested that if we can kindly work together on these matters so that we move in unison. So I am saying, Chairperson, we will not be able to respond on these matters. Matters that are talking about the frigates, matters that are talking about the grievance, we will not be able to respond in this platform. And we are saying, by the way, that we are willing to come to you as and when you want us, for whatever reasons, but let's take note of the fact that it's not everything. Now, I want to bring back the issue of the strategic policy document that we've been talking about. We've presented this document to yourselves. Honorable members will recall. It was through your pressure that this document had to come here. And we have brought the document here. We're saying to you openly that we will present only the context of the document. And that is what it is. It will not be okay for us to come here and unleash the whole monty of a document in a public platform. You will understand the reasons why. But we are saying, if honorable members, you say to us, we have complied with your request. And if you say to us now, we want you to come and then let's deliberate on this document at a certain session, so be it. But we know that session then must be the one that we've always spoken about, to say that we need this session. And we're not hiding anything from you, honorable members. We decided to bring this presentation here just to say to you, honorable members, let's create to you the context, and we're not hiding anything away from you. So that is where we are in terms of these three areas. I am going to now, I do understand the fact that the honorable members would have wanted me would have wanted maybe more of that presentation. Then there is this point that has been mentioned. It's a very serious point that has been mentioned, and I'm hearing it for the first time. It was mentioned by Honorable Niehaus. And Honorable Niehaus is saying that the incident that happened then was because of military these things. I don't know, Chairperson. I think this is a matter that I would want to leave it with the committee, but we would appreciate it from the defense point of view, because we've never heard of this. Personally, from where I'm sitting, I'm hearing it for the first time. And we would appreciate it that you help us. We do not mind. And if you know, who are these people? Who are these people that did this thing? All of us have got national security responsibility. And that national security responsibility is for us to report on matters like this. And I have said to Honorable Niehaus, at some point, we were at the castle, and I said, if you tell us about things that are going on in Dinel, in Amsco, and we are a subordinate unit, can you kindly take action? To tell us about these serious matters, I would appreciate it to say, the criminals have since been arrested because I went and I opened up a case with the police, something along those lines. And if we come into these platforms, we begin to talk. Chairperson, you mentioned something. I'm not going to repeat what you said. I would want to encourage that when we are dealing with these matters, we need to bear in mind security is the responsibility of us all. And as the Defense Force, we are doing whatever we can to make sure that we are pressing each and every button. Who didn't we speak with? The portfolio committee. What are we doing in our quarterly reports? Nobody is going to say we don't know what the Defense Force have said they want. Nobody, not a single committee. I'm talking about the Joint Standing Committee and the Portfolio Committee on Defense. There's none that can tell us that. Because we know we've dealt quarterly reports, we've presented annual reports, and all these things are being presented to you. We are still saying we are doing our best to go to the other side. I repeat, the Constitution says national security is the authority of Parliament. And we are not relinquishing what we should be doing ourselves so that it can reside somewhere. We are doing it. We are saying, if the committee members are this concerned, can we join hands? That's all that we are asking. May I ask the colleagues to respond? Let me start with the HR questions. Chief HR, can you go?
Thank you very much, Chief. The issue of the vacancies and the posts. The vacancies, they are filled when they are critical in accordance to the funded posts, and so resources are allocated. We have embarked on the process in the SANDF to fill the post of Secretary for Defense. That's what we presented today. And we say that the differences between the uniform members posts filling of the uniform members posts are different from that of the public service and administration members. It goes through certain processes that we must comply with and also consult with public service and administration. The MBSA then to conduct authority. We're using that process. We have advertised posts and we have indicated to the committee today when we advertise, when the post was vacant, and what we are doing with the posts that are currently vacant. So I think for me, we have indicated to the committees what we are doing with the posts and what the process we are and where we are. The dates of that we do not have necessarily a control over it. In terms of saying that which date are we going to promulgate and everything. There is a process that must happen. And that process we have accepted is guided by MBSA and we are complying with it. You also asked the question what the impact in the organization for having these posts vacant. The posts, they are vacant, but there are people and individuals who are competent and still who are also acting in those posts, working in those posts. And that is what I can just allude to. But that's why we said to you openly, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Defense, that this is what we can we presented to the committee today, and the members must understand that we said others is shortage, pending, and all of that. The senior positions, they are not easily filled because there's a lot of processes that we need to engage with others. We have also indicated that the feedback is still awaited from MPSA for the appointment of the Secretary for Defense, and the cabinet memos already been drafted. That is what we are saying. That's the process that is now it's run by MPSA in order for them to assist the department to be able to fill the vacancy. The department has done its own part on this one. So there's also an issue about this position that has been raised by Honorable Kalina House, that we are talking Romas. It is not a Roma, Honorable Member, because we are the ones who are running the process. It is our process. It's us. We are hearing from us that we are saying that this is what is happening, that it cannot be a Roma. But a Roma is on the other way, because you raise issues of the process that you are not part of it. So it becomes a little bit of a problem that we are saying, the owner will remember that the qualifications are questioned. And this problem now is that how do we get an information of that nature? And also in a joint committee, and say that members that are there and they have been changed, others have not been changed. It cannot happen because it's a closed session. It's a process that is confidential, and the process that can never be promulgated before it's concluded, the decision has been made by the MBSA. So for me, I think that the Roma is not from our side because we are not here from us because we're running the process. As a Department of Defense in this matter. So also the issue of complaints from our members that has been raised. And we have a process in the Department of Defense called grievance processes. And I will request that those members who are complaining they must be guided and be given advice to follow the grievance process of the SANDF. Otherwise, if it's not done like that, it will undermine the command and control of the department. Our commanders will not be given an opportunity to address those grievances. And that, for me, it undermines what you call command and control. Those processes are there, and the members are complaining to the honorable member must be advised also to follow the grievance process that is established in terms of our regulation in the Act, so that we can protect what we call command and control, and also the department given a chance to answer the grievances that are there. And on the issue of the performance management, we got the process, Honorable Kotlan, we got the process in the military of defense and Department of Defense that's called Performance Management and Development System. That is annually conducted and quarterly to evaluate the members and the employees of the department in terms of their performance. And that is happening annually, and you continue doing that. And also the issue that has been raised by Honorable Fakwani is about the reserves. The reserves, Honorable Member, they are not located in the headquarters of the Department of Defense. They are reserve force members. They belong to their sects and divisions or heads. In any site visit that must be conducted, you must go to the services in order to understand how the reserves are being utilized. But they are centralized, the policies are centralized, and also the execution is done by the services based on their plans. And the reserve utilization is based only on the available resources, and also in terms of funding, and also on the requirements of their service. Ordinary or reserves are part-time workers, if I can put it simply, when required as a force multiplier. When the resources are not there, currently the Department of Defense is faced with COE challenges. The Department of Defense would want to use more reserves, but the funding does not allow the department to do so. So I would suggest, therefore, that if there's any visit or site visit for reserves and see how they are utilized, must be done with services and divisions. Then that's how you'll be able to get more content in how they are utilized by the services and divisions. I don't know if it's anything.
Thank you very much, General Chongai. Chairperson, I will allow General Niago.
Thank you, Chief of Staff. Thank you, Chairperson. With regard to Honorable Hatting, yes, the reserves have not been recruited for more than 7 years now. That has led to average age of reserves increasing from 45 up to almost 49 now. The only way to rejuvenate this component is by recruiting, meaning having the second stream of recruitment. Because in the past, the reserve force members used to be rejuvenated by taking the military skills development members that would not be offered cost service contract. But currently, if you look at the number of military skills development members that are recruited, they're not even sufficient to fill in the gap that is left by the attrition in the regular force component. So now there is no rejuvenation for the reserves. We have the plan. We know what is it that is required to do in order for the reserves to be rejuvenated. The problem is the deficit in the cost of employment. That is now, it has been rising every year to more than 3 billion. Only this year it has been reduced just to below 3 billion. If you recruit reserves, it means you are adding numbers to the department. They must be remunerated. We don't have that. So that is why we have not recruited the reserves in the past 7 years. The adverse impact of this is that they are aging, and this impacts their role that of augmenting the regular force members. If you don't have young reserves, then you cannot have that rejuvenating the regular force component. If you look at the international norm for the reserves, it is 40% of the total force. Ours is just less than 25%. We have 19,000 total reserves, but only just above 15,000 that are utilized. And if you look at all the conflict going on in the world currently, no force would be able to still be standing to defend either their country or sovereignty without being supplemented by the reserves. As we don't have that, because the ideal situation would be for us to have younger reserves that will be able to train continuously, maybe twice every year, so that if we need them, we can just call them up and deploy them. But we don't have, because of funds, we don't have funds to recruit reserves and continue to call them up and give them continuation training so that they remain combat ready should we need them. And then in response to Honorable Fakan, General Anderson retired in 2021. In 2022, Director Defense Reserves was appointed as Acting Chief Defense Reserve. In 2023, there was a Chief Defense Reserves that was appointed, retired Major General Marumo, who served for almost a year and then requested to be relieved of his duties for his personal reasons. The Chief Defense Reserve post is the post of a reserve force member. Some of the retired members that have been considered for this post were not available because not all retired members are available to serve. But now the chief is busy with the process to appoint another Chief Defense Reserves, and as soon as that happens, then the members will be informed. Duplication between Reserve Force Council and Chief Defense Reserves, there is no duplication. I mentioned it when I presented earlier. Reserve Force Council advises the minister with regard to all matters of the Reserve Force administration. They also promote and market the reserves and also seek reskilling for the reserves, because as CHR has stated, the ideal definition of a Reserve Force member is that they should be part-time force members who have alternative civilian employment. But in our case, that is not the case. Almost more than 90% of our reserves don't have alternative employment. And the department is also to be blamed for that, because when we did not have problems with cost of employment, where we had structural deficiencies, we would call up reserves continuous for years and created expectation that this is a permanent arrangement where they would be remunerated. And most of our reserves do not have the skills to compete in the labor market. If you look at the unemployment in our country, it's mostly structural, where people possess qualifications that do not match the labor market requirements. So it is difficult for our Reserve Force members to obtain alternative civilian employment, as is the case with the definition of who the Reserve Force member is. I've stated we have about 19,000 reserves. Only 15,000 of those are active. And the impact of the budget and rejuvenating the Reserve Force component, we can't recruit without budget. So the average age will continue to rise to a point where we will not have the Reserve Force component if nothing happens. So I think two of staff have responded to all the questions. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, General Nyabo. Chairperson, I must just add one thing on the issue of the Reserve Force. We've made an MTech submission now, wherein we request we have forwarded documents for the MTech process, wherein we were requesting for 2 streams. And in there, we have included the members of the force. Chairperson, just to give the two colleagues between them to respond on the issue of the policy document, I would want to start General Tundu.
Yeah, thank you, General. I'll try and be short, although I'm very much opinionated about what has been said. And maybe let me remind the members of the Standing Committee on Defense that my part of the presentation was premised on the principle and understanding that defense is a subsystem of the system. And the parent system is government. Government also comprises parliament. No, it's not only confined to the executive. In a democracy, the members of parliament then are representatives of the people. And in a democracy, then what it means, parliamentarians have got power. In particular, how the public administration of the Republic of South Africa is managed. Yes, one can concede budget or the fiscal framework in the Republic is prepared by National Treasury. But ultimately, it goes to Parliament for endorsement. So one can argue that the level of underfunding and disinvestment to the Department of Defense has gone through Parliament. I do not remember any throughout the financial years and the fiscal frameworks where this process was not followed. The Department of Defense, in terms of senior management and the command, has always done its duty with zeal in terms of providing strategic direction, preparing documents at policy, at strategy, and long-term planning level. You can begin with the White Paper on Defense in 1996. You can go to the 1998 Defense Review and correspondingly the military strategy with the force design and the force structure that was ultimately not funded. You can go to the effort in 2010 where a new defense policy was developed. You can go to 2015 Defense Review and its implementation plan. Remember, all these policy documents, there is consensus between the executive and parliament, the Department of Defense included. In other words, we agree, this is the level of funding, this is the output that is required. But the department, my main thesis, does not have the competency to determine its funding. And therefore, it will be impossible for it to give a guarantee that the Journey to Greatness plan will be funded. That I want to argue that Parliament in a democracy has got the power to influence the direction of public resources or fiscal resources. One would have thought that after 2013, after the Battle of Bangui, where we lost a number of soldiers, then the consideration and thinking by decision makers, including Parliament, would have been much more compassionate towards the Department of Defense or the defense function of government. But instead, from 2016, the money that was lost on account and through the stewardship of National Treasury was about 39 billion. Now we have lost another set of soldiers in the DRC, and I hope these entities will reconsider and understand that the soldiers of the National Defense Force are of the people, come from the people. These are our children, our sisters and brothers, and therefore deserve better empowerment to be able to do their duties. Let me leave it at that, and I hope over these issues we will have, let me say, a closed session where we can speak honestly, frankly, and with insight and foresight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sender. This is the last one, Chairperson.
Thank you, General Ramathuban.
The last one.
Carry on, Nick.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you again, members and Minister. Maybe just three comments, Chairperson. The members, and quite rightly, are asking, when will the 1.5% be allocated? When will the funded plan be on the table? When will we know when the money is going to flow? We are doing everything in our power to put down the plan and the program on how that money should flow. But the department has little control over the allocation of resources, as my colleague has just said. That rests on the technocrats of National Treasury. It rests on the Ministers' Committee of the Budget in the National Executive and the authority of Parliament in terms of allocating money through the Appropriation Act or the Appropriation Bill and so on. We would love to be able to give you a target date of when that 1.5% or the incremental will work out. I'm not able to do that. That is dependent on other processes, but we are preparing very hard to engage with those processes. Notwithstanding, as the Chief of Staff, General Ramaswana, has said, we are ongoing engagement with the Treasury and the Minister of Finance on all kinds of funding matters going on at the moment. And we are hoping that this will bear fruit. I want to just pick up a thing that Honourable Hutton said. He spoke about the issue of innovation and progressive thinking. I wish to assure the Honourable Member that in our approach, for example, on the technology strategy and the defence industry support strategy, that is exactly what we're doing. We're looking for innovative and progressive ways of supporting, including public-private partnerships, all kinds of manners like that, to on this. I hope when we are able to discuss these matters in detail with you, that you will see evidence of that. The last thing I want to say is on a matter related to staffing. And staffing takes place against an approved structure. In the last 2 years, the department, in accordance with the public service regulations and circulars by the Minister of the Public Service, has been going through a process of having its revised structure or amended structure approved in accordance with the Public Service Act and the regulations and the directives of the Minister of the Public Service, to have the macro structure and the macro functional structure of the Department of Defence signed off by the Minister of Defence as the national executive, and that has been done. We've also gone through the process of engaging with the minister to minister with the Minister of the Public Service for concurrence on that, and that has been done. Linked to that is then the signing off of the macro structure and the macro functional structure between the two ministers, and that has been done. The area where we had to make a lot of amendments was on 3 of the posts that were presented to, namely Chief Audit Executive, the Chief of Defence International Affairs, and the Head of Legal. We had these at a higher level in our structure. The DPSA brings benchmarking and government norms into place, and we had to go through a process of negotiation and discussion. And in order to get this, the concurrence through, is that we have now reached a consensus with the public service on the level of those posts at the chief director level, and that is now written into the new structure, and that structure has been signed off by the minister and has been concurred with by the Minister of the Public Service. So all that, those things are in place as we speak. That was quite an extensive process, and the job descriptions and job evaluations have been done, etc. So, yeah, from a structural point of view, there's no impediment to staffing those posts. I want to say thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. We are done, sir. Through the Minister, Chairperson, may we hand back to you?
Thank you, generals. Thanks a lot for your presentations. Minister, before I give you an opportunity to speak, and the Deputy Minister, I would say General Atkundu, said in his presentation, he said, if we have to defend the Republic of South Africa, this proposal document has to be funded. General Atkundu, this is not an option. We've This is the last line of defense of our democracy. We've got to find a solution. And the solutions, it does not only lie on you. You have done, in terms of the assessment of what you have presented today, senior officers of our movement, of our defense force. The president has given a directive, and that directive, Minister, is not only for the defense force; it's for all of us. And the General Ramantwana said here that the national security is subject to the authority of Parliament and the national executive. This is a section 198 of the Constitution, subsection D. It means we may have been bargaining at the wrong tree. We need, as members of Parliament, to play our role on the basis of section 198, subsection D. We need to find a solution to this dilemma, and it's all our problem. So, without saying much, Minister, I'm going to hand over to you, and before to you, let me find out whether the Deputy Minister of Defense, General Kolomisa, want to say something.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, and honorable Minister and senior officers of the SANDF, I fully concur with your summary. How I wish that the political parties which have members in the full cabinet could lobby their ministers so that when they look at the budget holistically, at least the issue of security be prioritized. And that should also include the SANDF. In the meantime, I would advise that you summon, I think you have the powers, the Minister of Finance, to say how far have they taken the directive by the President, because the Department of Defense has submitted everything, but we were surprised when they announced in the budget that there was nothing which was given to us in a bigger, as expected. So let's hope that we will get somewhere, but the Joint Standing Committee must engage the Treasury Department, and also those who are represented in the cabinet must lobby those ministers to make sure that the Defense Force gets money. After all, it was the same cabinet or similar or whatever, which took a decision to defund the defense and take money to go and rescue the SOEs, as the National Treasury told the Portfolio Committee last year. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Minister?
No, thank you very much, Chair. And again, thank you for the opportunity. And I must say, I find this meeting very relieving because, Chair, I don't want to repeat what the Chief of Staff had said about funding. But Chair, can imagine that ourselves as ministries will go to units, will go to Sea Navy, and he repeats the same thing that Member Hatting is saying, to say Matleke is out, is accumulating rust, Mujaji can't go in because it needs to be refit. And he expects us to come with answers to say how he gets out of that, because he would have given us the figures of how much he needs. And we want to go back to him to say what is the progress of what when he had told us. The facts that were raised by Member Hatting, you go to the Air Force, they'll tell you exactly the points that he's making. And then they'll tell you, this is how much we have, and this can go this far and not further. They expect us to come back and say, okay, this is how we can solve the problem. So I think I agree, and that's why I'm very happy, Member, with what you are saying, because The 1.5, the chief of staff is not saying every time we have a strategic plan, they want us to commit to say, when are we getting 1.5? They even said last time when there were difficulties with the budget, they said, means even if we could move to 1, because we're now below 1, 1% will help us with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I think the discussions of today are taking us forward so that we don't find ourselves in this very difficult situation that we find ourselves in. And I really would support what you're saying. I'm not going to repeat most of the points, Chair, because most of the points that members are raising hinge around ourselves being able to commit to something. You can't have a deadline to say you'll employ 5,000 people when there's no commitment, financial commitment to that. You're going to collapse the system. So you'd rather wait and plan, which is unfortunate. Then you sharpen your spear until it disappears, and that's where we find ourselves in. And I'm really hopeful to say, let's really find a way. I think on the appointment of the SecDef, again, in terms of what Chief HR has said, and I agree with member Carl, we had hoped that we will have the SecDef first, and with the SecDef build a team. But it's been delaying for so much, with matters out of our control. And that's why we've decided that we might as well as appoint the other positions where we have permission from DPSA to appoint. Hence, we've advertised the next set of appointments. I'm hopeful in terms of deadlines. It's a pity that next week when there's cabinet, I won't be in, and there's a cabinet decision that if there's a sponsoring department, they don't discuss your appointment. So which means they won't discuss the appointment of the SecDef if it is going to be on the agenda. But my hope is that before the last cabinet, we would have been able to present that, but it's been really a delay, which has been very unfortunate and which has put us under pressure ourselves, and are very unhappy about the fact that people have been acting for a long time. It raises expectations, and it's not very healthy for both the people who are acting and also for the department. So I am hopeful that we'll be able to fill the post soon. We've advertised, we've shortlisted, we've re-advertised again, and I hope we'll be able to move after this appointment. On the engagement with Treasury, I must say, Chair, because we've been raising the points with the President to say, President, I found a very untenable situation in the department, which is unsustainable. He has directed us with the Minister of Finance to discuss, and as General Ramatswana is saying, we've been meeting a lot with Treasury to really say, how do we, even in the short term, prevent the ship from sinking? So we have made quite a number of proposals. We have follow-up meetings with him quite soon, where he's going to get to meet the entire senior staff. So there is consensus, but I think there is also agreement in cabinet that our issues have become desperate, and if we don't move, we are creating lots of difficulties, and not only for ourselves. I mean, the Minister of Fisheries will always complain to me to say our fishes, our sea treasures are being harvested. We're not able to protect the coastline. Sea Navy will tell me that if you want me to do, please give me 1, 2, 3, 4, which I'm not able to do it. The police will complain to say wrong things come through the borders or through especially the sea, and there's not enough protection through the sea. And Sea Navy will tell me the same thing to say, no, unless I have the following frigates or ships, I'm not able to do what I'm expected to do. So there is agreement, even amongst the ministers, that really we have to prioritize a defense. And the one I wanted also to raise, and I'm glad that General Holomisa raised it, the question of defunding is old. That's why it's so serious. When I got the chair, I asked to say, how did we get here? And members reminded me that when there was fees must fall, and I was in cabinet, I remember that. And that's why maybe Minister Holomisa is saying, because it was a crisis, we said, no, let's take money from certain departments, and defense included, to quell the fires with the understanding that they will be refunded. And now the department reminds me that you were, even myself, in the Mincom bad. You never refunded us that money to that time during the fees must fall. So it's not even the current president. It was even before him. So it would be unfair to say the current president wants to collapse the country. It was even before him when the defunding started, and I think the problems began. The last one I must really say, Chair, which I think also has been covered. Remember, and I think also Chief of Staff raised this thing about the management of documents to say when it's restricted or not. And I think, and I do hope members will respect the fact that if we've branded, if we've labeled the document to be this way, they respect the classification and keep to it. Because member Carl says, we classify a secret, it's an open meeting, so it's on social media. He wants us, the very same member, wants us to come with a full defense strategy. Which country talks about its defense strategy on an open platform and give you a full range? Even if it had been approved, even if it had been planned, it cannot be discussed in an open platform. So I think it's for us also as a committee to understand at which stage we keep, for the sake of our country, at which stage we keep things open, at which stage we manage things. Even at the time that this a document would have been formally approved, Chair, I'm sure you'll agree with me, it will never be discussed on an open platform as the member is expecting to say we're giving them headlines. You can only deal with headlines on such a platform because it's an open platform, as he correctly says, where he also says even the classification is nothing. So I think as we continue to engage, Chair, and work together, we'll find each other. But I'm very grateful to this meeting in the sense that it has come to the number of things that which pain us. Each time I come to the committee, I'm asked, when is 1.5? What part do I have of 1.5? When are you getting commitment? Commitment on what when there's no budget for it? So what we now find ourselves doing the department is we're busy sharpening our spear without the opportunity even to use it because there is no opportunity to use it, which will be your funding. But thank you very much, Chair, for the meeting, and thank you very much for the comments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Carl, I see you are raising your hand. Can I request you, Honorable, not to make a follow-up question? I'll propose that we discuss in our meeting how we are going to deal with this. This is very important, and the ministry has today given us the gist of what is in their engagement. So I'll propose that we discuss this amongst ourselves and come with a way forward. So,
thank you,
Honorable
Chair. Chair, yes, I hear you. I want to make a constructive proposal. This is not an engagement. It is not a negative engagement with the members of the South African National Defence Force and the Minister. I really ask you to give me 2 minutes to do so.
Just a minute, Honorable.
Okay. Let me thank the Minister for the frank response that she's given us about the issue of the appointment of the Secretary of Defence. They have to be very careful because there are leaks on the basis of the process. The issues that I've raised and where I referred to leaks are in the public domain. I could have today, but I decided in the manner of being judicious about it, I could have given the 3 names that were proposed for the position of Secretary of Defense and all the issues around it. I've not done so. Here's my proposal. Can we push as hard as possible to get that appointment done as soon as possible? The longer it drags out, the more damage is being done. Secondly, Chair, I propose formally that we take on board what General Olomisa had said to us, that we must summon the Minister of Finance to come and explain the issues around the 1.5% of GDP that must go to defense. I ask of this committee to take a formal resolution to summon the Minister of Finance to do so. Then lastly, Chair, to clarify to the Chief of Staff, the issues that I've raised about the mistreatment of people in the reserve force, I did direct them to write letters to the Defence Ombud, and I believe they have done so. I hope that there will be an adequate response from the department to those complaints, which I'm sure the Defence Ombud will take up with them. So those are the issues that I wanted to raise, Chair, and thanks for allowing me to do so.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Bludges, do you want to make follow-up as well?
No, Chair. I actually want to support what Honorable Carl on the second one, on the meeting with the National Treasury. I think the Joint Standing Committee must just engage with the chairperson of the Defense Committee, because there's already that kind of meeting in the pipeline, so that we make it a joint meeting for both of the two committees and engaging on that one. And I second that proposal then.
Thank you, Honorable Blakis. I was going to propose that we discuss this in our meetings, how to take this presentation forward, particularly the document of the document about strategic policy in a way forward. So without much ado,
I don't want to disrespect. You can include Parliament appropriation committee, because again, it's up to Parliament to appropriate properly, so that it's not only maybe cabinet. I was going to say, in your summoning of people, you also summon the appropriations committee of Parliament to also look at this matter. I'm just suggesting in the spirit of all the proposals.
Yes, that's why I'm saying I'm thinking that we must discuss this in our meeting, Minister, as well. We see which committees in Parliament are relevant to this situation, because we can't be discussing about one and the same from 0.68 to 1.5 and to 2.4 in 30 years. This needs to be discussed with this relevant key stakeholders. So, Minister, let's excuse you. We're going to go to our next part, and we want to say to you, thank you very much for giving us, what we have been, yearning to hear. We've got the document, and we've got something to engage on. So we really appreciate it, and we appreciate our generals for this presentation, all the senior management of the DOD, and I think this is a working document. We'll work on it, and as members of Parliament, Minister, and the officials, we promise you, from our side, we'll do what we're supposed to do in terms of our constitutional mandate. So, with those few words, thank you very much. You are released. We want to proceed with our next program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and thanks to
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Members, let's proceed while we are giving defense time to leave. Nandipa, can we proceed? Are they all out? We still see the minister is there. Nandipa, can you just take them out, all of them, so we remain as a committee?
Okay, Chair. I don't know. Let me take out iPhone. I don't know. It's iPhone.
Honorable members, let's go to the next part of our meeting, which is internal. But before we go there, members, I really I think from my side, honorable members, we have the gist of what we have been looking for. The issue of the journey to greatness. We've got the documentation, and we have seen what they've worked on. And I'm going to propose to members that we find time to look at these documents and see where is the problem exactly, and how can we assist as members of parliament. And as already we indicated that Rule 1998 of the Constitution says the national security is subject to the authority of parliament. We're members of parliament. We're members of we need to assist the department to find the solution, to deal with this dilemma of our national security. We cannot leave on them. They've been crying, and we have heard them in all our engagement with them. The issue is funding. Let's see how to deal with funding, honorable members. Honorable members, let's proceed.
Chair.
We
Chair,
have. Are you?
Chair.
Do you want to raise hand? Okay, let me start with honorable.
I have my hand up, Chair.
And
Yeah, I
honorable,
also have my hand up, Chair.
Yes, honorable Noah.
Chairperson, I want to concur with you. I wish we can put a time frame on what you just said, because my input was in line with that we might be rushing ourselves now, just having listened once to the presentations, and in order to make our well thought input and reply to what has been presented today, it needs to be somehow reduced into writing and with full facts and clear what the committee will want to put forward to the department. In actual fact, my one input on what you said, it was to say, before we even, or when we asked Treasury to come before the committee, we should at the same time ask the department, DOD, on the basis of the little budget that they are allocated. Yes, here and there we see the expenditure based on what AG will send. They should at least give us a clear picture that the budget that they are allocated, however small it is, they should at least demonstrate what is it that they have been able to spend, what they have been given on, and where has been the shortage. Because all the time it's just a statement on the basis of a shortage of budget. It's not enough. It's not enough. We are under budget. Yes, we hear and we can see here and there, but they need to present and submit exactly what they have been able to, how they have been able to use what they have been given, and where is the shortage, so that when we engage with Treasury, we speak from what the department will have presented to us, rather than engaging them only on statements and on our view and opinion. But also we need to achieve a collectivism as a committee on what areas are we exactly focusing on departments, rather than every day in a meeting individual inputs, which does not coerce us together as a committee. That's my input, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Noah. Honorable Khan.
Thank you, Chair. I come in on the basis of what you said earlier, that we will discuss these issues in this part of the meeting. Chair, what I want to propose is that we say to the department what they said to us, that it may be necessary to have a confidential meeting presenting to us the journey to greatness. We are ready for that meeting. I understand what the minister was saying, that you wouldn't be able to go into the granular detail of such a plan in an open meeting. In fact, that tallies with what I said earlier. These meetings are open. So therefore, we must reach out in a commitment that we want that closed meeting with a detailed, granular presentation of the journey to greatness. That's the first thing, Chair. Chair, secondly, We do deal sometimes with some very sensitive issues. You will be aware, Chair, that, and the Chief of Staff referred to it, that I made certain allegations about Rheinmetall Denel and Denel at the Castle meeting and in other meetings of this Joint Standing Committee. I've always backed it up with detailed information, and you have even, in terms of other letters that I've written, wrote to me, Chair, and responded and said, thank you for the manner in which you handle this. I've made certain remarks about what happened at the University of Fort Hare. It is on the basis of video footage that is available that shows that there had been military kind of incendiary devices and I would say missiles used in that process of setting alight the administrative building at the University of Fort Hare. Again, those videos are publicly available, but they have to be scrutinized by the Department of Defense. If the Department of Defense, in terms of their public and open engagement, haven't seen those videos, I will make them available. At every possible level, I always try to back up with detailed facts what the concerns are that I raise and the reasons why I raise those concerns. Chair, whatever one does in terms of raising concerns and where one raises also sometimes serious objections to the lack of action that comes from the South African National Defence Force, it is never with the intention of malice. It is always out of patriotism. And it is always on the basis of wanting to receive answers and find solutions. So that is the spirit in which I want us to take these matters forward. I will provide you with the videos about what happened at Fort Hare. I will also provide the necessary information about what I know, what happened with the Secretary of Defense appointment and all the trouble that happened there, which I did not reveal in detail in the public domain in this meeting. And ultimately, Chair, we need to say to the Department of Defense, we are here to work with you. Yeah. And if there are the need for confidential meetings classified as such, so that they can share with us the detailed information, please let us have that meeting and let us deal with that information, because that will also empower us, Chair, in terms of what you have said, in terms of Section 198, subsection B, where we need to take responsibility to ensure that the Department of Defense will be properly financed and that they will be able to carry out their responsibility for national integrity and national sovereignty protection in South Africa. So that is the spirit in which I'm reaching out. And I can assure you that after this meeting, all of that information will be made available. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nihas. Honorable Bludges. Honorable Bludges.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think the suggestion by Honorable Nihas is really a suggestion that can be taken. But I think Honorable Neo have made it also very much proper in moving forward. It's of no use that we cry and want to support the Defense Force in getting a bigger budget, but it's difficult for them to totally account onto what they are having already. So I think what we should do is have the meeting with the different stakeholders, but have all of them in one room. You have your Auditor General, you have Treasury, you have your Appropriation Committee, you have ourselves, you have Defense, so that when we come out of that meeting, at least we will have a proper way forward. Because all of the accounting committees will be there. Because it's of no use. I think all of us, out of patriotism, we agree that the defense force cannot be in the state that it is. But we can also just not put money in a leaking a well. It will not help the country itself. So at the time, we must have both of the discussions. The money that we give you, how do you utilize it? The money that you want, how are you going to utilize it? Where is the plan? How are you going to put corrective measures in place so that when we move forward, all of us, we move as one, understanding that all of the other things we've dealt with. So I think, Chair, that meeting must be a proper meeting with all the stakeholders so that we engage on all the aspects of defense, because it's of no use we talk, and I think my colleague have said it very clear that it's of no use we talk about giving money, but nobody can account for the money. And that is a serious problem. And I think I want to make that proposal, Chair.
Okay. No, thanks a lot. I think, honorable members, it's high time that we go deep into the problem, and it's going to be it's going to depend on us, honorable members. We need to find time to engage all the key stakeholders. The AG, I think, starting with the AG, I listened to the AG presenting to a portfolio committee, I think about 2 days ago, and they were presenting about the DOD. I would say we need this type of engagement. So we go deep into what the DOD, and also how they run their finance, because of, if you listen to what the AG was presenting, there's still a problem in the organization, and we cannot sit back while they are complaining that they don't have money, but they've got so much wastage on their side. But the other encouraging thing was that at least their audit report this time was not bad. But those are the things, honorable members, which we need to engage, and the appropriation committee and also the finance committee in Parliament. We need to engage them. So it will depend from us. How do we manage this, honorable members? And I would propose that, honorable members, let's work on a proposal going forward in terms of engaging all the key
My hand is
stakeholders.
up, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, I'll come back to you. I didn't see your hand, but anyway, I'll give you I'll give you a platform, honorable member. Yes. So, honorable members, I was just saying, let's look at the key stakeholders from Parliament side, the AG, the National Treasury, and also the DOD itself. Honorable Ghotane.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair.
Yes.
I think here we have to face the truth. Honorable Chair, the Defence Force cannot be disadvantaged because of the individuals in the Defence Force or criminals or whoever, thugs who are maybe squandering money or who are not accounting. We know what must be done to those people. If there are people who are squandering money in the Defence Force, they must be arrested. They must be arrested. Really, the Defence Force can be really disadvantaged because of individuals who are not doing right in the Defence Force. Let's face the reality. The Defence Force needs resources. That one needs resources. Let's deal with the culprit. Let's deal with the culprit. Thank you. That's thank you.
Your line is not clear, honorable. If you can be stable, if you are moving, just be stable, please. Honorable Ghotane. Oh, okay. Yes, honorable members. I think it's now.
Yes, my line it's not right here.
Yeah, your line
Yes.
is bad. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Just conclude, honorable Ghotane.
Yeah, I conclude with this, Honorable Chair. Let's start doing the right thing against those people who are squandering money or who are not accounting properly in the Defence Force. Let's not put everything under one umbrella because the Defence Force needs resources. We like it or not. The country is in tatters. Our Defence Force, it has deteriorated to the core because of resources. Let's deal with the culprits in the Defence Force and do the right thing for the Defence Force for the sake of the people of this country, for the sake of the poor masses of this country. Thank you. That's my submission, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members.
Chairperson, do you see my hand?
Oh, Honorable Heading, I didn't see your hand, but I can see it now. Thank you very much. The platform is yours, Honorable Heading.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I would support the meeting. I think it should actually be at ministerial level. It would not assist us a lot if we have the other committees. But Chair, we have actually, in supporting the SANDF in what we believe, also aligned ourselves with the SANDF stance, and that is the SANDF needs more money. And I think over the time that is our stance. But Chair, I am seriously in doubt if that is the correct position, because we also have to look at the other side of the coin.
Yeah.
And that is the needs of South Africa and what Treasury is saying, what the Minister of Finance is saying. The Minister of Finance is saying the Defence Force is too big, spends too much money. And they express it by saying we have to reduce our HR, and they have allocated some funds for that to on an exit strategy. But Chair, I don't think they have the insight. The problem is we have a 2015 Defence Review that is accepted by Cabinet, accepted and applauded by Parliament, that's not funded. So we have a force design that's not funded, and it will not be funded. We can shout as much as we want to, it will not be funded. We can shout for 1.5%. What needs to be done is and this is missing, the reassessment. We have those chapters that are being looked at, but we have to get an acceptance of a reassessment of the 2015 Defence Review. That must be accepted by Cabinet and by Parliament, and then in that acceptance, there must be a funding model over the MTF. Nothing else will work. If it means that we only have 8 Gripens in, that's fine, or 2 frigates or whatever. But there needs to be a different approach. We cannot send out more money. If it's a give and take. The Defence Force must become, there must be a force design based on our national security strategy and on something that we can afford. We cannot sit with the model that we have currently. It's never going to be funded. So, Chair, I want to push that point. And in a committee, we should have the role players that think innovatively about this, about a force design. We cannot live in a dream world anymore. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, honourable members. I think let's take this discussion forward, honourable members. I'm going to propose that we'll have to engage the portfolio committee chair, and members, and find a way of engaging these institutions, the AG, the National Treasury, and also the DOD in terms of how they run their finance. And as we say, Honourable Heading, that the National Treasury has got no insight of what the Defence Force is all about. Possibly, we need to put that into their head and make sure that they do what is correct. The 0.6% and towards 1.5 and ultimately 2.4. This need to start now. We can't delay it anymore. So I'm going to propose, honorable members, that as a committee, we really need to find time to engage on these matters. And the first issue, the first matter, the first engagement, it will be among ourselves with regard to what they presented now. And if we are to call them, honorable members, to come and present the entire document, let's do so, but we must be ready for from 8 up to 4 at least, because this will require time. So we need to be ready for that, honorable members. If you've got time, to spend, we can call them back to come and present to us. But at the same time, we'll need these other entities to come and tell us on their side, how do they understand the DOD? How do they see the DOD spending their money? So we put pressure on National Treasury to fund this organization. This is the last line of defense, honorable members. We cannot leave it at the state in which it is. It's just an embarrassment, to all of us. In fact, it's scary, not embarrassment. It's scary. So, honorable members, time is now 6 minutes past 12. Can we carry on with the next the administrative part? And I'm going to request Nandipa to flight the next engagement. Nandipa?
Chair, Dr. Vulalem has requested that we deal with the program and then minutes after, because it relates to what was just discussed.
We deal with the
fourth term program.
With the fourth term program.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Can
so
he
will.
Okay. Let's do that.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to you, Chair, and all members. I requested Nandipa quickly if we can rather first look at the program, because it relates to the discussion that members are having now around what the committee should look at, and we can see how we can work in some of these matters. The program, as it is, also does cover some of the matters raised by members during discussions now. So, Chair, members, what we have here is the proposed draft program for the fourth term. It stems from issues that the committee has looked at, issues related to the committee's constitutional mandate that we have to cover, and key issues around defense. Also note that the program is affected by the two houses' parliamentary program. So because we sit on a Friday and because we are subject to two houses' parliamentary programs, this affects the frequency with which the committee can meet. Suffice to say, today's meeting, 10th of October, took place. This was based on issues that was previously raised by members in the committee. So, yeah, the 10th of October has taken place. Next week, the plan is for the joint oversight visit to various military bases and the borders. Nandipa will provide an update on that shortly. The 17th of October, NA members training. 24th of October, NA members training, so unable to meet on those days. And then, related to what members were discussing now, on the draft program we had 31 October, the strategic overview by National Treasury on the declining budget of the DOD. So this is perhaps an opportunity to address the issue members raised now. Perhaps it's Chair, you can take discussions on this further, but the proposal here could be that Treasury to get Treasury side of the story. Today was an opportunity to get the DOD side of the story and where they stand on this planning around the apparent 1.5%. But this meeting would be an opportunity for National Treasury to give their side of the story. I added in red here, which is not in the original. We can also invite on that day the Auditor General to give an overview, as it did last week with the or this week with the Portfolio Committee on Defense, or we could consider just a committee discussion on the way forward after the engagement of National Treasury. So that is perhaps for the committee to decide on that meeting how to engage, but the idea was to get National Treasury to give their side of the declining DOD budget. 7th of November, briefing by the DOD on levels of morale in the SANDF, including an overview of morale measurement tools. This is an important aspect, members, because it relates to the constitutional mandate of this committee, which requires the committee to report on the levels of morale in the SANDF. 14th of November, engagement with the military ombud on 3 aspects. Firstly, the consideration of recommendations made by the ombud. Secondly, implementation of the ombud recommendations. And thirdly, potential legislative shortfalls affecting the office of the military ombud. This came out of previous engagements with academia that the committees had, and previous discussions with the military ombud where shortfalls were highlighted, and specifically important, perhaps, this aspect around legislative shortfalls for the committee to investigate. 21 November, NCOP Provincial Week. Then on the 28th of November, we propose a visit based on invitations we received from these role players, but also because members have raised these as areas of interest. We propose that Friday, a day out, in the morning, visiting RDM, Rheinmetall Denel Munitions at their Somerset West campus, and then after lunch going to Damon Shipyards in the Cape Town Harbour, and then finishing the term on the 5th of December with the latest NCACC updates. So, Chair, I'll hand back to you, but that is the proposed program we have, with specifically, perhaps for discussion, this aspect around the 31st and the invitation of Treasury. Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to take input and amend accordingly.
Thank you, Doc. Honourable members, here is a program as proposed by our support staff. Let's engage on it. Honourable Khan.
Yes, thank you, Chair. With regards to the proposal by Dr. Wilhelm Janse van Rensburg for the 31st of October, I would like to suggest that we do not include the AGSA Overview Committee discussion there, but that we rather stick to the overview by the National Treasury. We shouldn't pack the program too full. We've had an overview by the AGSA. Most of us as members of this Joint Standing Committee on Defence are also members of the Portfolio Committee. And the documents that the AGSA has given can surely also be made available to those members of the Joint Standing Committee who are not part of the Portfolio Committee on Defence and Military Veterans. But let's stick to what is to be, I think, quite an important, and I think it needs to be an in-depth discussion with the National Treasury. Then, Chair, I would like to point out that for the oversight visit from the 13th to the 17th of October, unfortunately, I will not be able to participate because of a health problem that I have, which doesn't allow me to travel. It is with great sadness that I have to say that, because I think it is a very important oversight week that we're going to have, but unfortunately, I will not be able to be there. I'm very happy that the meeting with RDM and also with Damen Shipyard is taking place on the 28th of November. There are outstanding issues also in terms of documents that I've raised with regards to RDM, which hopefully this meeting will be able to give us some more clarity. Then lastly, Chair, I've raised this issue of oversight, and I've raised the issue of individual oversight. We've got a very packed program. Ideally, it would have been a good idea, in addition to the Limpopo Oversight Week that is next week, that we should have paid an oversight visit for example, SAI 6 Battalion in the Eastern Cape. There are serious problems. But there are those of us who, as individual members, can pay oversight, but we've been confronted with a terrible problem that when we go to these bases, that we get stopped by commanding officers at the bases and we do not get access. This matter has been raised. It has been done through the Portfolio Committee on Defense and Military Veterans to the Speaker and also to the Head of Government Business. And we need also as a joint standing committee to support fully the issue that we need clarity on individual oversight and oversight that is also unannounced. Some of the issues that I, for example, raised, and I'm sure there are other members that have similar issues that they can raise today about what happened at the University of Fort Hare and how it potentially could be related to the problems of SAI 6 Battalion in the Eastern Cape, can also be dealt with in terms of individual oversight. And we need to get the individual oversight issues sorted out because unfortunately, our parliamentary program is too busy, it is too dense to allow us to do as much oversight as a full committee as we should do if we want to do justice to our oversight duties as members of parliament. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Anihas. Honorable Nue.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, firstly, on the issue of which date that I was looking at, so the 7th of November, I see the briefing by the DOD on the levels of morale in the SANDF. I'm not sure, Chair, when that was considered. Are we moving from the basis that currently there is a low morale? We have a report to that effect for us to ask for such a briefing or presentation. I don't have a problem with it as such, Chairperson, but to have a meeting only for that, we should have first ourselves having decided to receive such a presentation, what do we hope to achieve, so that we avoid a meeting where we just listen to a presentation and then it ends there. There is no follow-up action on it. That's how I will want to propose, Chair, that when we invite the department for any presentation, it should have been first informed by something that pertains to our oversight, as Honorable Niehaus has just said. For me, at least on that day, I would have said, Chairperson, we have been talking about the issue of the porous borders of the country, and from different committees that we serve on, this remains a problem. For me, I would have suggested that that could be an important presentation for that, or I can see there it is noted there. Or of course, that's what I would have said. At least we can isolate something that when we receive presentation, it is informed by something else, Chairperson. But I see there it is covered on the oversight, but on the basis of what SANDF is actually by itself in terms of its program, as far as borders is concerned, it's a pity that we will just go to the oversight before we get the presentation. But I was just merely making that kind of a contribution, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Nue. Any bite with regard to the program, honorable members? Honorable members, from me, I would really request that we look into engaging all the key stakeholders as was proposed in doing the DOD, to deal with the issues of finance. How do they run their finance? And also we need to possibly to have a meeting with together with the appropriation committee and the finance committee. And I would say, we need to move as members of parliament of all these committees. We need to be on the same par. We need to work together. People must understand, particularly the appropriation and the finance. They've got to have the insight of what the Defence Force is all about. And I think both Joint Standing Committee and the Portfolio Committee, these are the committee which can make them aware of what the DOD is facing and what is their role as the committees. Because of you may find that the committees are there, but they don't really have a clear understanding of what is happening. So I'm going to propose. I don't know how this will be managed, but I will propose that you allow us as the chair and the whips of the committees to come together, to sit together, and look at what can be done, and then we come back to you with a solid program of engaging all these key stakeholders. I don't know if I'm presenting myself well, honourable members, with regard to that.
Yes, Chair, if I can come in, I support your proposal. And it is also in line with the request, if you remember, in the earlier part of the meeting, that the Minister of Defence asked of us to also engage with the Expropriation Committee. So I support that proposal. It is a progressive proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
Sorry,
Chair. Yeah.
Sorry, Chair, I left out something on what Honorable Niehaus has submitted. I don't know, Chair, the individual oversight or visit to specific areas of defense. If, as a committee, as Honorable Niehaus has said, we develop, because then it needs all of us support as he submit, that we develop something like a terms of reference of our oversight, so that we agree with the department, because if we just leave it blank as it is, it will continue to cause this kind of frustrations to members who visit. But if we engage and discuss it with the department and have a common understanding about it, then it will, I think, minimize unnecessary frustrations for members who wants to execute. I think I wanted to do the same in the Free State, but I did somehow discuss it with you, Chair. But because of not having what I've just referred to, sometimes you want to execute, conduct such a site visit, and then you encounter same frustrations that Honorable is. But we need to discuss it deeply and make sure that there won't be any after we have discussed it. Thank you.
Yeah, I think let's do this, honourable members. It's a good thing. Let's request Dr. van Rensburg to look at it from the rules point of view, and then develop the terms of the terms of doing such a thing, and then as well we can submit it to the ministry, so the ministry should know that as a committee we agree on the basis of the rules of parliament that a member can conduct an unannounced oversight, and it must be done on the following. So can we leave it with our support staff?
Forgive me, I don't want to enter into a dialogue, but let me just point out that very similar processes are on the go in the Portfolio Committee on Defence and Military Veterans. So all I wanted to add, and Dr. Willem Jansen van Rensburg is fully aware of those processes, that we coordinate the two committees' work on this and then present it as a joint project and eventually as a joint presentation also to the minister.
Okay. Thanks. I think we are on the same platform, honourable members. Can we proceed, members? I think. Let's proceed.
Chair, if I can just highlight, based on the comments of members, we can include here an invitation to the Appropriations Committee on that meeting with National Treasury, just an invitation to them to come and sit in on the discussion, and that could perhaps form the basis for further engagements between the committees and also to ensure that they're on the same page. In terms of the other topic raised now on individual oversight visits, Honorable Nias is correct about the PC going through that process. I am busy drafting that draft terms of reference, which will a similar one will be developed for this committee. So I'm putting for myself basically a deadline here for consideration by 31 October. During that meeting, if there's time, we can also consider that at the end of the meeting. And just a last note to Honorable Noah's comments. You are 100% correct, sir, around the morale meeting, and it's perhaps not as clear here because it's not a detailed program, but you're 100% correct in that we need to have meetings that can flows from something. So just to say where it comes from, two comments. The first is that the joint rules of parliament requires this committee to report end of next year, to report back to the Houses of Parliament on several issues. And one of those issues is the level of morale in the SANDF. So this has an ultimate aim that will come from this engagement. But to your very important point is what do we base this on? Where does this come from? In the oversight visit, in the program, we included engagements between the committee and, for example, pilots, or between the committee and engineers, flight engineers, and at the 15 SAI engagement between your private to sergeant rank group and the committee. So there will be a sense of gauging the morale during this oversight visit, and that information can then be measured against the department's high-level briefing on morale on the 7th of November. So, and that then flows into next year's recommendation. So, Honorable Noah, we did take that into account, and that's a very valid point, but it will hopefully flow from this oversight visit. So, Chair, members, that's the changes that we propose, those two red ones for the program.
Okay. Then what about the finance committee? Not only the appropriation committee, but the finance committee, which is led by Honorable Masonganye.
It's up to the committee chair. We can add.
Yeah, I think let's edit there at talk.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think honorable members, we have dealt with this part of the. Let's move to the next one. I think is the talk.
Chair, can we formally adopt the program? I don't know.
Yes, I'm going to move for the adoption. I just want to see check whether Dr. Van Rensburg is. Have you covered everything on the program, Doc?
Yes, Chair, we're done with the program. If there's no further input and members are happy with these changes, we can move on to consideration.
Okay. Can we move for the adoption of the program on members?
I move for adoption, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Nias. Can we have the seconder?
So aye.
Honorable Kulu, thank you very much. Let's move to the next honorable members. Time is now okay. Anyway, we still have another 32 minutes. Let's move to the minutes. The minutes of the last meeting, our meeting on the 1st of September, on members, and I'll consider these minutes having been read. I've gone through the minutes myself, and I've gone through them, and I checked. I'll want to hear from you, honored members. I regard that you have read the minutes. Can you? Yes. Let's move on. Is there anything, members, which you think was not included here? This was your deliberations on that day. If there's no nothing to be.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Noah.
Chair, yes, I wanted to move for adoption of the minutes. Yes, I have at least taken time, went through the minutes, and I want to move for the adoption.
Thank you, Honorable Noah.
Thanks, Chair. I second.
Honorable Noah has seconded the minute. The minutes are duly adopted. Honorable members, I think we have come to before we the closure, I think we need an announcement from our Secretary Nandipa. Do you have any announcement?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members. I have an announcement on the oversight visits for next week. As members would recall, I sent a message on the WhatsApp group informing members of the difficulties we are having with the new company that Parliament has instructed us to work with. That company, we started working with the company on the 1st of October, which was 10 days ago. So on the 1st of October, we sent a request for quotations for the oversight visits. And we waited and waited for quotations, and until the 7th, I think after 7 days, only they sent us the quotations. We started working with the applications, and now the application is with the section manager. And then after the section manager, it has to go to the divisional manager. After that, only then we start doing the POs. And then the travel agent would issue out the tickets and the accommodation vouchers. Now, I want to be honest and upfront with members that this oversight is taking place from Sunday. Today is Friday. It's already 12 o'clock. And the travel agent is not holding anything for us. The previous travel agent, we would communicate and say, please hold the flight so that we don't lose flights, we don't lose rooms. But now with this new company, they cannot do that. And we have written emails to our management about this. I think 2 days ago, Oliver, the committee assistant, wrote an email to all the managers and to the 3 chairpersons about this. And I also informed members about this issue, that we're having issues with this. Now, we can push for the application to be approved. Yes, we are pushing. We can push for the POs, but what we foresee is that we will, and there's a likelihood that we will encounter problems such as not all members might be booked, might get seats on flights. Not everyone might get rooms on the accommodations that we chose. And to remind members that we're going to Limpopo, and the accommodation is not, there are not a lot of accommodations that are suitable. In, for example, in Makado, in Musina, the accommodation is limited there. So I just wanted to update members on that should we be able to do POs on time, members should expect to encounter problems. Because I want to be honest and upfront with members, because we've tried our best and that's where we are.
This is a challenge, huh?
It's a challenge, Chair.
It's a challenge for you've got a new broom, and the broom is not sweeping well. sorry about that.
And this new company, they said we can only start working with it on the 1st of October. And Parliament gave us oversight weeks, which is like 10 or 12 days after this new company. Like we send quotations on the 1st, and then the committees are expected to travel on the 12th and 13th. And I say it is difficult.
It's difficult, huh? Yeah, try whatever you can. I don't know, honorable members, whether you want to discuss this matter, but our support staff are facing this challenge of a new company, possibly which doesn't understand the the way things are done, it means they're still going to learn. And obviously, if that's the case, it means there will be some shortcomings, and this may be one of the shortcomings. So thank you very much for telling us about this, so that we prepare ourselves physically and mentally. We are ready to leave, but if things are not gelling, you mustn't blame yourself. We let's keep on trying. Just keep on doing whatever is possible. Wherever, if you need us to phone the management as well, I think we can do that. So the management must intervene. And I wonder whether we'll be able to get them this time. But anyway, but just advise us what we need us to do. We can do that. So, honorable members, Nandipa, are you through? Is that all?
Yes, Chair, that was the only announcement, Chair. Chair, I
Okay.
see Mr. Platchis wants to say something.
Okay, Mr. Bludges?
Yeah, Chair, I just wanted to check. Must we prepare ourselves for the uncomfort or for the visit not to happen? Because some of us got other things to do.
Yeah, as the secretary is indicating the challenges they are facing, there's a possibility that the trip may not proceed. By this time, things should have been well, organized. But yeah, let's be hopeful. They will communicate with us until is that until tomorrow, Nandipa? Can we expect you until tomorrow?
Yes, Chair, let's wait until we'll push the whole day today, and then if tomorrow morning nothing is coming up, or there are a lot of flights that are lost or accommodation that is lost, I will inform the committee.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable members, without much ado, I think let me thank you, and let me thank for your engagement on today's meeting. Honorable members, I think there is a light in the tunnel. We as members of parliament, I had this sense, members, that there's very little coming from us. What we really need to assist that the department in terms of getting the resources. We cannot just leave them and think they can negotiate their own. As members of parliament, we need to do it. If we are to meet the Minister of Finance as members of parliament, let's meet with him. Let's do our part, and otherwise the history will judge us as members of parliament that in our previous, the members of parliament who were there did not assist the department, to be what it's expected to be. And the department is down, honorable members, to tell you the truth, is down. I think we all know. It cannot do this and this, and it's just such an embarrassment in other engagement when, we have heard also what Mkhwana said on that they could not even, when they were required to be deployed in KZN, they could not do it because they had no resources to deploy their members. So without much, honorable members, let me thank you thank you, and I'm saying thank you very much. We will meet on Sunday if things goes well. But yeah, thanks a lot, and the meeting stands adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Have a good day. Bye.
Great.
Thank you, Chair. Goodbye, members.